coastal resort project. Now the detail. The Rivers State Police Command has commenced a 2-day forensic and fraud investigation training for 300 officers drawn from selected state commands across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. The training, which is an initiative of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, is part of ongoing police reforms aimed at strengthening human capacity development, modernizing policing strategies, and enhancing criminal investigations through forensic science and technology. Speaking at the opening ceremony held at the Senior Officers Mess, River State Police Command, Port Harcourt, convener of the program, Her Royal Highness Pearl Chidimma Ubulu, commended the Inspector General of Police and the police management team for their commitment to transforming the Nigeria Police Force into a modern, intelligence-driven institution, which he said has continued to promote professionalism, capacity building, technology, and forensic excellence.
IGP's reform have already changed the trajectory of policing in Nigeria, positioning the force as a modern, intelligence-driven institution with global relevance and its impact. His emphasis on professionalism, capacity building, technology, and forensic excellence demonstrates a clear vision for a safer Nigeria, stronger police. To all the participants today, I encourage you to embrace this opportunity wholeheartedly. The future of criminal investigations lies in forensic science, digital intelligence, and evidence-based policing.
In his welcome address, the Commissioner of Police, River State Command CPO Lubenga Adepoju Adewale, described the training as a key aspect of the ongoing reform agenda of the Inspector General of Police, designed to strengthen institutional capacity and equip officers with the skills required to address contemporary security challenges. According to him, the 300 participants were carefully selected from commands across the country's 6 geopolitical zones based on their potential and capacity, urging them to take full advantage of the rare opportunity to develop expertise in forensic and fraud investigation.
That this training is an initiative of the Inspector General of Police, and it's going to take 2 days ongoing. It's to take place in the 6th geopolitical zone, and Rivers will have been the second place to visit. But like my training that I went for in Abuja has made us to postpone it till today. You will be awarded certificate after the training. Like I said, it's going to run for 2 days. So you need to be very attentive. You need to take it very serious. It borders on forensic and fraud investigation. You know how important it is to the job.
Delivering a lecture on crime scene management and evidence gathering techniques in forensic investigation, a forensic expert, Dr. Stacey Ann Mudu, underscored the role of forensic science in promoting justice and ensuring accuracy in criminal investigations, noting that forensic investigations help to exonerate innocent persons and ensure justice through evidence-based findings.
Forensic is what to the courts, using scientific means. Application of scientific means, using technological method, scientific means plus technology to the court. That's simple. If there is no court there, if it is not to the court, then it's no forensics. Because the reason why you are doing what you are doing forensically is because you want to exonerate the innocent.
Today FM's Odinakachi Celestine reports that a 2-day training program, which commenced on June 4 and is scheduled to end on June 5 with the presentation of certificates to participants, is aimed at strengthening the capacity of police personnel in crime detection, evidence gathering, forensic analysis, and prosecution, in line with the vision of the Inspector General of Police to build a more professional, efficient, and technology-driven Nigeria police force. The River State government has called for the establishment of effective mechanisms to monitor and implement resolutions reached at the 2026 Niger Delta Law and Development Summit. The River State Governor, Siminayi Fubara, made the call during the opening ceremony of NDDC Law and Development Summit 2026 at an event center in Port Harcourt, where he emphasized that sustainable development can only be achieved through effective implementation of laws, policies, and good governance. Represented by his deputy, Professor Ngozi Maudu, Governor Fubara commended the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) for reviving the summit after 18 years and described its theme, the role of law in driving sustainable development in the Niger Delta, as timely and relevant. He reaffirmed the commitment of the River State government to supporting initiatives that promote justice, economic advancement, development, and the overall well-being of the people of Niger Delta region. The governor stressed that law should serve as a tool for justice, equity, development, and prosperity, while urging stakeholders to promote peace, security, social inclusion, and dialogue as essential ingredients for sustainable development.
River State government remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote justice, development, economic advancement, and the well-being of the people of the Niger Delta. We commend the NDDC for providing this important platform for dialogue and collaboration among stakeholders. It is our hope that the deliberations at this summit will produce practical recommendations that will strengthen the rule of law, accelerate sustainable development across the Niger Delta region.
In his remarks, Chairman of the NDDC Governing Board, Chidu Ibiye, said the Commission had adopted creative and innovative strategies to address the challenges confronting it, noting that these measures had enabled the Commission to navigate complex operational realities, reposition its activities, strengthen internal governance, and accelerate development programs across the region.
The theme, the role of law in driving sustainable development in the Niger Delta, is not only timely, it is transformative in its ambition. It presents us with a broad and rich platform to examine environment, social and governance principles, to interrogate the adequacy of existing legal framework, and to chart a new course that aligns the letter and spirit of our laws with the genuine development needs of our region. It is my hope and expectation that the deliberations of today will yield concrete, actionable recommendations.
Also speaking, the managing director of the NDDC, Samuel Ubuku, described law as the foundation of a civilized society, stating that the Commission has shifted from a transactional approach to a transformational management model aimed at delivering lasting impact. Ubuku maintained that strong institutions rather than strong individuals are essential for achieving sustainable development, stressing the need for institutional frameworks that can drive long-term progress in the Niger Delta. The leader of the conscience of Ogoni people, Chief Gani Toba, has filed an enforcement of fundamental human rights suit against Nigeria Police Force, the commander of the Anti-Cultism Unit, CSP, Ibrahim Mohammed, Leslie Moa, Emmanuel Deya, King Swanu, Timothy Baridam, and other defendants. According to the court document cited by Today FM correspondent, Chief Toba is seeking a declaration that his invitation, arrest, detention, release on bail, and the threat to arraign him by the 4th, 5th, and 9th defendants constitute a violation of his fundamental rights as guaranteed under Section 35 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The applicant is also asking the court to declare that the petition written by Leslie Moore to the Nigeria Police was intended to overreach and interfere with the ongoing investigation being conducted by the chairman of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee, President Bola Tinubu, the governor of River State, and other stakeholders involved in the Ogoni Dialogue process. Chief Toba further seeks an order restraining the Nigeria Police Force and the defendants from taking any further action capable of interfering with the investigation and engagements being carried out by the Ogoni Dialogue Committee, President Bola Tinubu, and other relevant stakeholders. Reacting to the development, Chief Toba, who questioned why operatives of the Anti-Cultism Unit of the River State Police Command were handling a matter relating to alleged defamation of character, called on the Commissioner of Police and the Inspector General of Police to closely monitor the activities of the unit. He accused the Anti-Cultism Unit of attempting to arraign him in court without conducting a proper investigation into the petition against him, describing the action as contrary to the rule of law and the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution.
I'm calling on the CP to put his eye on anti-cultism River State. I'm calling on the IG to put his eye and find out what is going on in anti-cultism River State. Anti-cultism is dead. Why do all Leslie Maho case must be in anti-cultism and one IPO? That is a thought of another day. But however, the good news to all of my people in River State and Ogoni land for what the anti-cultism tried to do. I've sued anti-cultism to court and sued the Nigerian police to court. I've also sued Leslie Mao to court because I am a clean man. I'm not a cultist. I don't have any business. I don't sponsor violence.
Chief Toba maintained that his only offence was speaking out against individuals he alleged were sabotaging the federal government's efforts to facilitate the resumption of oil exploration activities in Ogoni land.
And what we are talking about is that Leslie Mao is sabotaging the federal government on oil resumption. Why should the police don't look at that issue? Why should the police, is the anti-cultism working against the federal government? I think the leadership of anti-cultism will answer that question. Are they working against the interests of the Nigerian state? Are they working against the interests of Ogoni people? And I think I called on the commander of anti-cultism to be careful. And I want to call on the CP to look for Jesse Manasseh and ask him to do consultancy so that anti-cultism can be reversed to fight crime in Rivers State.
The controversy surrounding the leadership tussle among business owners at Mile 3 Market in Port Harcourt City local government area of Rivers State, particularly within the Bayelsa Line Market Association located behind the Mile 3 Motor Park, has continued to generate tension among members. The latest disagreement arose over the presentation of a financial audit report by the outgoing chairman of the association, Michael Ugu, which is one of the conditions agreed upon by parties involved in an ongoing legal dispute as part of efforts to achieve an out-of-court settlement. Addressing members during a meeting convened for the presentation of the audit report, Michael Ugu, whose tenure expired last year, explained the processes involved in preparing the audit and highlighted the reasons for presenting the report to members, appealing that the group accepts the audit findings in the interest of resolving the lingering crisis.
The account and go to the lawyer. From there, they said that audit, they requested that audit account of the union must be presented before election to be voted. They asked me if we can do the audit. I said yes. I told them that since the session of Bayelsa Line, we have not had any audit. What we normally use is account. In as far as the audit to know how much I have eaten, it will be the paramount to allow peace reign.
However, some leaders of the association, including Frank Ividiora and Mazi Josiah Obaja, rejected the audit presentation, alleging that Michael Ugu failed to comply with the conditions stipulated for the exercise and that copies of the audit report were not made available to members for proper scrutiny before it was presented. The leaders expressed concern over what they described as a lack of transparency in the process and called on relevant stakeholders to intervene to ensure that due process is followed in the interest of peace, unity and progress within the association.
Court ordered him to come and do audit. After the audit, he now brought the audit to the public. Instead of him to go straight to the audit and read it and tell people what court told him, he now refused. So now people is very angry. So the needful is to open the papers and read the audit to us.
They called us for peace and said that our chairman for 4 years, he have not done any audit because our constitution stated that after every account, annually, that audit should be annually. For the past 4 years, the man have not done any audit.
Also speaking, one of the elders of the Bayelsa Line Market Association, Chief Cletus Chikwe, who expressed disappointment with the leadership style of the outgoing chairman, accused Michael Ugu of frustrating efforts by stakeholders aimed at fostering reconciliation and unity among members, stressing the need for transparency and cooperation to promote a conducive environment for business activities.
What I'm seeing here, I'm not pleased because we have been going courts. What we are seeing or what he's saying is not what they tell him at the court. So it's what brings the small confusion. Yeah, but I so thank God that there is no any fight on the place. We've been telling him that if it happened to be, supposed to take the main auditor something and share to everybody.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. Justice Mohammed Umar of the Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Sowore, to open his defense in the criminal defamation case instituted against him by the Department of State Services, DSS. The judge rejected a request by Showore's counsel, Mashal Abubakar, to adjourn further proceedings until after the court's forthcoming vacation, directing instead that the matter proceed on a day-to-day basis beginning June 5. Showore is facing trial over allegations that he made defamatory statements against President Bola Tinubu by describing him as a criminal in posts published on his X and Facebook accounts. At the resumed hearing, prosecuting counsel Akinlulu Kehinde informed the court that the chief judge had declined Showore's request for the case to be reassigned to another judge and directed that proceedings continue. While the defense argued that the chief judge's response required a formal application for recusal to be filed, Justice Umar, after reviewing the letter, ruled that no such directive was contained in it. The court held that the case had reached the stage where the defendant must present his defense and ordered compliance with the provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA, requiring accelerated hearing of criminal matters, and subsequently adjourned the case until June 5 for Showore to open his defense. Meanwhile, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, have accused activist Omoyele Sowore and the Take It Back movement of advancing partisan political interest under the guise of civil advocacy. In a statement issued in Abuja, NANS President Akinte Hafiz dismissed reports questioning his status as a student, describing the publication as false, misleading, and an attempt to spread disinformation. Akinte reaffirmed that he is a bona fide student of Olusegun Agagu University of Science and Technology and faulted the report for allegedly failing to adhere to basic standards of fact-checking and professional journalism. The student leader further alleged that Showore's simultaneous roles as a journalist, activist, and politician have blurred ethical boundaries and raised questions about the neutrality of the Take It Back movement. He claimed that the movement is increasingly perceived as politically driven, citing the involvement of African Action Congress AAC officials in some of its activities. Akinte also rejected calls for NANS to align with the group's advocacy efforts, insisting that the association would continue to campaign independently for the rescue of abducted students and teachers while holding government accountable. On the foreign scene, thousands of protesters have taken to the streets of Albania's capital, Tirana, opposing a proposed luxury tourism development linked to Jared Kushner, son-in-law of U.S. President Donald Trump. The project, which includes hotels planned for the uninhabited island of Sazan and the environmentally protected Josa Nata wetland in southern Albania, has sparked widespread criticism over potential ecological damage and allegations of corruption concerns. Environmental groups and activists argue that the development threatens biodiversity in the region, while Albania's anti-corruption prosecutor has opened an investigation into land acquisition linked to the project. The proposal, estimated at about 1.4 billion euros, has also drawn scrutiny over its potential impact on protected coastal ecosystems. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Rivers State Police Command has trained 300 of officers on forensic and fraud investigation. The leader of COP, Gani Toba, has sued the Nigerian police over alleged rights violation. We told you that the Federal High Court has ordered Omoyele Sowore to open his defense in alleged defamation trial. The foreign scene, you also heard that thousands have protested in Albania against Kushner-linked coastal resort project. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818 389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domot o. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look the less you see because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want, you confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115 0912 994 7115 or 0813 572 3222 0813 572 3222.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. FM.
All right, there's so much in the air, so much information, if you must ask me. Sometimes you're thinking of how you can grapple your thoughts around all of these things, this one, this the other one. And if you are someone who's consistently listening to the radio or TV or reading tabloids or following up conversations online, you may be asking a lot of questions. And maybe one of those questions is what I'd like to hear you highlight on what's on your mind this evening. I don't think that I particularly have one thing on my mind. I don't really. I was just looking through a lot of things and I was thinking. All right, and yeah, that's what it is. But you know how they say that it's hard not to have a particular thing on your mind. I think what's on my mind right now is hearing you tell me what is on your mind. If you just tuned in, it's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 6:40, and today is 4th of June 2026. My name is Queen Chima. So tell me, how's your day been? I think I'd like to know that one too, because we may want to take a little break. That if you choose, a little break on some shouting and complaining or anger. I don't want us getting angry this evening. I don't want you shouting. I don't want you saying, Queen, I'm tired. Queen, it's frustrating. Queen, why is this happening? But if you still want to do that, it's fine. I don't know if there would be a tone that you want to use to express that with. However, how are you? How are you really doing? I think I want to ask you that question. How are you truly doing? I was talking to someone early last week, I think, and then she asked me, how are you? And I said, I'm fine. And she said, why is that our usual response? I said, yes. And then she said, are you fine? I said, no, I'm not. She said, okay, yes, bring it on now. I said, yeah, nothing too serious, but this is that and that is the other one. And she said, now you're talking. Why do we always just say, I am fine, even to the people who are close to us? So someone asks you, how are you doing? I'm fine. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm good. It's well. What's the other one we say? Can you remind me now? What's that our usual? I think it's pretty much I am fine. It's well. I'm good. Right? That's what we almost always say all the time when someone asks you, how are you? So today, I want to ask you, how are you? Not just how are you, but how are you really? So maybe that can further buttress my question. So call me and tell me how you're doing. And that's what I want to know. However, if you still have what's on your mind that you like to talk about, then you can also tell me, oh, Queen, I am fine, but Queen, I am good, but Queen, it's well, however, right? Queen, well, we're seeing how, right? Let's get the details. Let me know how you're doing. Have you had breakfast? Have you had lunch? Lunch. Is it dinner time? Not yet for a lot of people. Yeah, maybe from 7 p.m. Right. But if you've had your dinner too, it's still fine. So how are you doing, really? How is life treating you? How is everything going around the country treating you? How is it like for you and your family? If you stay alone, a single person, how are you doing? Right, that's the question this evening. And I want you to tell me exactly how you're doing. Exactly how you're doing. right? So we're going to do that on What's on Your Mind this evening. Is that okay? Yes, I think so. So call me on 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can call. That's the one you can call. 0810-951-0951. I'll tell you how I'm doing too. I haven't said that. I will. I'll tell you exactly how I feel, right? So we're going to be quite open here. Then you can send a text message to 0701-9339962. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Queen, I greet you specially.
I greet you specially too. How are you?
My name is Kiki from Port Harcourt.
Kiki from Port Harcourt. It's good to hear from you.
All right. You know what's on my mind?
What is it, please?
This morning, I was looking at my 3-year-old daughter after she got dressed for school. She sat back and she was like humming one or two things.
Yeah.
While I was looking at her, something just crossed my mind. I was like, oh God, see how pretty and beautiful this little girl is.
Yeah.
And as of this moment, as we speak, somebody that she's a year older than.
Oh goodness, you're painting this picture.
Lying down in the forest.
Yeah.
I don't know how it came upon me, and tears started rolling down my eyes. And my little girl caught me.
Yeah.
In that, I was like, Daddy.
Why are you crying? Are you crying?
She didn't really ask why you cried. She only shouted, Daddy.
Yeah. And
coincidentally, today happens to be my birthday, and I was like, I'm just shedding tears of joy because it's my birthday. She was like, oh, she ran and hugged me. As she hugged me, I held her face away from my own face and I cried. Or will I say the tears came down bitterly?
Yeah.
Because I just thought about it. How are these little children trying over there? Queen, it's still hurting me, I must confess.
I can imagine. I think
I don't know them from Adam.
Yeah.
But it's really hurting my mind, I must confess.
Yeah, I think I understand. I saw a video where a man said his wife got up at the middle of the night and she was crying. She has kids. I mean, so for people who have children, even for people who don't have children, you still feel it. But if you have a child, it's the feeling is really different, right? Because empathy becomes easier because you know what it means to have a child and your child is taking away from you. Oh, thank you so much. And happy birthday to you, Kiki. Happy birthday. Welcome. What's on your mind? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Honorable Gladwell. What is on my mind is on Nigerian security architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah, the security architecture, His Excellency the President. I will advise Mr. President to sack all the security heads, including the advisor to the President on security, New Ribaldo. Because since, more especially, the New Ribaldo should be sacked. For me, I'm thinking that there is no synergy between he and the security head, the armed staff, the naval staff, the commissioner of police, the general police, and that of the army staff. I'm telling the truth because if you are looking at him, he's not a retired general, he's not an army man. So Mr. President should check that man and sack him. Come with somebody who is a general. Let us start from there to see if there is fault somewhere, because I'm seeing a lacuna. I'm seeing that man is incompetent, he's not doing his job properly. I'm telling the truth. So, Mr. President, the president to the state, to the local government, they failed for the Constitution of Nigeria, Section 14, subsection 1, the secure life and property, welfare of the people. In this case now, this administration have done nothing about it. They only concentrated on where the natural resources is coming from. To me, Mr. President should sack all. God bless everyone with Gladwell. Thank you.
Welcome. Good evening.
Hello, Queen Chima. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. How are you doing? What's your name?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm fine. You're sure you're fine?
I'm very much fine. How was your today?
It's been a great day. We're still on it. Thank God.
Thank God for that. Thank God for that.
Yes.
I hope it's from your bottom of beginning.
I asked you first. Was it from the bottom of your heart that you told me that you're fine?
Definitely from the bottom of my heart, I'm very much fine.
Okay. From the bottom of my heart, I will have to search. But let's just take it from the top of my heart that I'm fine.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. My worry is that what is in my mind this night? How God will help for bandit to release all these children from the captivities, and also use my time this moment to pray for everybody. If we are even using our 2-leg mindset, everything complete, people are struggling like this. How much more people that have one sickness than the other in the hospital? If you want to know what lives are talking about, when you have somebody in the hospital and that hospital is far where you be paying your transport to and for every day to go and check on that person bringing food, no, it's not a pleasant thing for anybody. I pray God should help each and everybody that is in the hospital and help them in one way and the other. That is my heartfelt prayer this morning for everybody this night. In the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you. Have a nice day. My name is Eto, call from Roma.
Eto, it's good to hear from you. Good evening. What's on your mind? Right. So you see how we're dodging this "how are you" question, right? You're just dodging it. But I'll still ask you if you call me, and then you tell me what's on your mind. 0810-951-0951. Right, 0810-951-0951 for calls. Then text or WhatsApp messages 0701-9339-962. You can reach out via those numbers and tell me what's on your mind. And also, I'd like to know how you're doing. Good evening, beautiful presenter. What is on my mind is that Nigerian youth should do away with tribal and religious differences and say no to all the corrupt and incompetent Nigerian politicians come 2027. From Dr. Prince Nelson. All right. Thank you, Dr. Prince. Welcome.
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to hear from you.
My name is Namdi.
Namdi. Kedu
You know what's
Kidi.
on my mind now?
How are you doing, Namdi?
Fine.
Okay.
Yes, you know what's on my mind now?
Tell me, please.
So, these are our people that always kidnap our children. Good. A fearless action defines a fearful reaction.
Okay.
So if they can give me, if they will allow me, I give them suggestion on how to treat those people.
Okay.
So, what's my mind now? If you arrest any of the kidnappers, you will trace for his parents, his wife, his father, and arrest all of them. Because all of them knows what their children are doing. And when you get all of them, you bring them out naked in the bucket. And after treating them naked, you cut off their hand from the elbow and treat them and ask them to go. If you treat them like this, nobody will be a kidnapper. A shameless action requires a shameful reaction. If you get all of them have friends, they have parents, they have fathers, they have mothers, they have wives. Arrest all of them because all of them share their loot together. Bring them out. Go to the market area, naked all of them, front and back, 7 days in the market, naked. After nakeding them, you cut their hand from the elbow and treat them. They allow them to go. Nobody will see that and do a kidnapping again.
All right.
That's what's in my mind.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Let's listen to this.
Good evening. Radio Senate President. Edo State Governor send police to go and guide Tinubu billboard. The same day, he promised Tinubu 3 million. People have rejected him. We never see anything. For Sunday, Igbo saying that he know where security, he know where those children is. He wanted to go. They say he should not go. If he go, they will kill those children. So we want to hear. The state assembly members also saying that they should not pay ransom. Why would they not pay ransom after government affair? If their children is there, the state assembly will say, marking them, they no pay ransom. It's unfortunate. It will reach them. Maybe don't they reach one after the other? The former minister of power, the kidnapping sister, don't they reach the elite? No problem. Cambillion.
In Cambillion. Okay, that's what's on your mind. Let's hear from you. What is on your mind? Right, 0810 9510 951. You call and give your thoughts. Meanwhile, the federal government keeps assuring and reassuring that they will crush the terrorists and rescue these abducted pupils in Oyo and even Borno. This was also said by the Minister of Information at an event where he highlighted that there's being an order, highlighting some of the steps that the federal government is taking, just again, that there's being a deployment of a special air rescue team to approve the recruitment of 1,000 forest guards to strengthen security across vulnerable communities. He also did mention that the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, he said that the recent abductions of school children and teachers constituted a direct assault on Nigeria's future and would be met with full force of the state. So I'm sure that this full force is in force to ensure that these pupils, these children, get back. We keep watching, and as the days come on, it shouldn't take that long. These children have to return to their parents, return to their schools. That is what it should be. Welcome. What's on your mind? Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Aboki.
All right.
Davido promise Choma. I tell him Mariam. He give him assurance. Mariam, not so. Now, can somebody tell me how many assurance our governor, our leaders don't give us when they don't forfeit? This is the right time now for them to show us that they're ready for this man. Let them carry something, do everything. What is they do now? Army Day, Air Force Day, Navy Day, Police Day. So bandits going to defeat all of these people. How would they give them assurance? They would not tire for them to let them come up for there. I would think my mind with that.
Thank you for telling me. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Hello.
Can you turn down the volume on your listening device, please?
Yes, this is Radio Councillor Iranti.
Welcome, please.
Yes, what is in my mind is if I just hear radio now that Tinubu have resigned to become a president of Nigeria, I will keep good and eat, because with the problem of Nigeria we have now, he showed that he's not capable of ruling this country. And this is a man that attacked Jonathan. He caused a lot of ministers of God, they demonstrate. I know one minister that was abusing Jonathan. You die in the morning, you die in the afternoon, you die in the night. Now all of them now, they have kept quiet. Injustice. So if you resign, Nigeria problem will be solved. That is what's in my mind. Radio Councillor Iranti.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Chigo Zewamad. I'm calling from Eberi, Omoma.
Welcome.
Thank you. What is on my mind is about the feeling of the little child that was among of the peoples being kidnapped in Oyo State, including the teachers. A 2 years child and a year mother, and feeling what the little girl or boy is passing through. Our government should do something to make sure that they have radical the insecurity in Nigeria to zero level. No, the rate of insecurity in Nigeria, when we have presidents, governors, ministers, local government chairmen, this thing is giving me a headache. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling and sharing what is on your mind. All right, can we take a call? Just a call. This one dropped. So, all right. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts this evening. We just hope that the federal government keeps putting the efforts that it's putting security agencies and the recent development as to a security reaction to what's happened in Oyo and Borno, and we get these children back to their parents, hopefully. Thank you. 7 o'clock, Eyewitness Report. 8 o'clock, Security and You. 9 o'clock, The Thrill. 10 o'clock, The World News. 9 to 3 with Rona Abara. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Sports meets passion and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, let's get to find out what's happening around you. It's Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. 7 minutes past 7, Thursday, June 4, 2026. And my name is Queen Chima. It was interesting to hear from... Oh, I'm trying to get his name now. I can't remember, where he said the very large pothole and ditch that he had been complaining about or reporting about had been fixed. And he said it's now an easy passage for that road and people commuting on it. And that's really good to hear. So calling out whoever you are, who you think is responsible to fixing whatever, calling people's attention to what's happening around you, and also talking about either your road power issues, maintenance issues, school, hospital, some of these physical infrastructure challenges that we have in our that you have in your communities or around you is not a waste of time at all, especially even doing it here on Today 95.1 FM. Right, so I'd like to hear from you what your eyewitness report is, even if there's something you've noticed that you want to call the attention of security agencies to. You want to stay anonymous while mentioning that as a form of intelligence gathering, and then they can do their investigations from whatever you give, as long as it will be beneficial to you, to society, to the next person. Please, let's get to talk about these things, right? Sometimes even the eyes of the government cannot be everywhere at the same time. That's why you, the people, you have to speak up when you can or when you should, demanding what is due you, right? What you think the government owes you, and then they should pay attention to it. So tell me, what's happening in your area? Tell me what's challenge that is faced by your people. Let's talk about it here on Eyewitness Report. If there is something that just happened wherever you are listening to the sound of my voice, and you'd also like to mention that, there's something going on right here, I think attention should be paid to it. There's something that happened yesterday. There is whatever, right? That's an eyewitness report. You saw it when you were going to work, on your way back from work. You have been seeing it. It's an eyesore. You want to talk about it. You've been talking about it over and again, and it seems nothing is happening. Please, let's keep talking about it. It's still your eyewitness report. So the number to call is 0810 9510951. That number you can call. That is 0810 9510951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. So I was thinking this afternoon, like, what's the general, if we're going to give an overview of what the road networking and the road situation is in Rivers State, what would your score be? Would you think that we have maybe 70 to 60% of good roads? I'm not just talking the metropolis, right, or where you are. If the road is good where you are, then it feels good for you and great. How about those rural areas? What's the road connectivity like? Road connectivity first, and then the road structure itself. Do we have good roads, really good roads? I was thinking about that just a few minutes ago, and I was asking myself, if I were to score, what would my scoring be? And then I was thinking, there are a number of places I haven't been to, quite a number of them, and maybe I just have information of what's happening there off the top of my head, but first-hand experience will give me an idea of what the road situation is in that local government or in that region. And these are like basics. You talk about road, you talk electricity, road, electricity, you talk water. If you have these, it makes life pretty easier. In my area, we've been experiencing I don't know what happened for over 2 months. The power situation was impressive. Suddenly it just became epileptic, and I was like, oh God, I hope you're not back here again. So because it just takes away a lot from you. For me, productivity, because there are a lot of things I want to do. I want to make videos, I want to put out videos. I can't make them because my lights are not on. right? The lights, my setup. So, and I can turn on my lights. So my videos are dark. And it's rainy season. Sunlight is not always what it is because of the season. So I cannot even depend on natural light. So I'm like, oh, goodness, can these guys just restore the power? For road network, it's not bad. It's a clean road for me on my area. Water, not bad at all. As long as there's power, water will be available. And so that just takes away, burden off your head. Right, and then you can think about a lot of other things. You bother yourself about a lot of other things. But if you have a bad road, I'm thinking that if I stayed in an area with very bad, terrible road, I can't remember. Right, but that's the thing. You would complain and complain because it's difficult to live in that kind of area where the road is bad. Access is a challenge. Then your comfort is taking away from you. Then we talk about water, right? Especially for those people who can hardly access clean water, not just water, but clean water. That's also a challenge. And security comes to play. Like, government owe you security. Yes, we know that security is everyone's business. Interestingly, it's Thursday and we're going to be talking to Smith Dibia today on security. But these are the things. And then if you have any area that's lacking in any of these, then it's 100% an eyewitness report. And I'd like to hear from you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Reginald. I'm calling from Sekoche.
Reginald, welcome.
Thank you very much. Lady Queen, I just want to talk about the incident that I had that happened to my place here at Sekoche today.
Okay.
I wasn't around. I went to Port Harcourt and somebody called me asking me if there were crises happening in my community. I said no. Well, when I came here, I find that some people I got because of we are issue of land between one family and one other side.
Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that. Some group of people did what?
Somebody carries group of people come to my place.
Okay.
With soldiers and police. With machine, just a kind of land grabbing.
Okay.
Because it was an issue between one family in Umukrobaden and one other Umebre family, all in the same Sekoche community.
Okay.
In the name of trying to reclaim land. But I am happy that they call a local government chairman who intervened to calm the situation.
Hope there were no casualties recorded.
The local government chairman, they called the local government chairman, and he came and calmed the situation.
Okay. I'm asking, I said, hope there were no casualties recorded.
There was no casualties, according to the account I have.
Okay.
So what I'm begging is that my community is a peaceful community, peaceful and loving community. That is why people are grouping hospitality. So I am begging on all the parties and the community to intervene.
Okay.
People should not, if you know that this land does not belong to you, leave it.
Yeah.
And people should be able to be open. I am begging on the elders, the community leaders, there are youth associations where I belong. They should intervene because I don't want anything that will cause communal issues. A community that is very peaceful, cannot afford to have crisis as a result of land grabbing.
All right. Thank you so much.
The authorities concerned should make peace and ensure that whoever owns those section of or portion of the land should take it. Whoever community that people should be very free, open, and sincere in order to make peace.
All right, then.
From the account I had today that I investigated, if it continues, it may result to anarchy. It may result to this community fighting this community, which is not good. Please, I'm begging my people, my Chogoche community, the Omamade family, the Omabere family.
All right,
that
then.
is involved. They should make peace and ensure that there is lasting peace. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Yes, land grabbing has been a menace in the state and for a very long time. And it's easier to say, oh, I'm begging, people don't sell, that's not yours, don't do this, don't encroach. It's easier said that way. However, it doesn't seem to penetrate the people's heart who would still do the same thing. We did talk about land grabbing sometime early last week, and we're asking measures that this can be curbed. I mean, some of you said it's sad that it's come to live with us. And if certain, maybe some sort of newness in approach, which we're still trying to discover and ask questions about, it may continue the way it's been going on. Somewhere in Elemedi set up a land committee, and whoever, before you purchase a land, you go through that committee and ask other communities to also do the same. That's a method that's workable, really workable. But we'll see how much progress LMA people are making with that setup, or that land committee setup, right? Eyewitness report on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People, 0810 951 951. That's the number that you can call, right, and give your eyewitness report. What's happening around you? You're driving, you're in the metropolis driving, whether your car or someone else's, like you're driving for someone, or you're even a passenger. What's happening in the metropolis? What's that thing you have seen that you think government's attention should be called to, or even people's attention should be called to? It's your eyewitness report. You can give it wherever you are in River State, rural area, somewhere in Ichi or Muma or Biapo, or Krika, right? Ahuda, wherever, right? Mirilu, you can call. And let's get your eyewitness report. The road network, the water issues, the power issues in the state, your concerns that you have seen with your eyes, and you want to talk about it. Let's get to hear from you. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Now, send a text message. I don't know why the call's been dropping. I just tried to pick another one and it dropped now. So you can send a text message or a voice recording to WhatsApp, and the number is 0701 9339 962. It's the same number for WhatsApp message and text message. 0701 9339 962. Talking about this these scavengers, right? Because I was monitoring the situation on this median, this east-west road, when we talk about refuse dumping. I was monitoring, and sometimes it feels really free. You can't see anything, and then suddenly, after hours, maybe early hours or late in the evening, everywhere is covered again, and I'm like, oh goodness. And then I noticed that there are no receptacles actually where people can't put these things, because if you're asking that the road be clean, there have to be receptacles for people to dump, right? If they dumped there, then you wouldn't have people dumping on the BTN. Although I think it's really crazy that you leave your house after the designated time to dump refuse. There is a designated time, early hours of the morning, and then I think between 5 to 6 or 5:30 to 6, and then evening. So because I don't know why after 7 maybe they've cleared it, some people are coming after that time to drop it, and people are moving around going to work. It's morning, everywhere is bright, the day is bright, it's bright and fair, and then you can see. So talking about scavengers, I saw this particular one just scattering everything. So because I'm female, right, and it was a little lonely, I didn't want to talk. I just did not want to talk because I don't want anyone harming me. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Queen Chima, good evening once again.
Yes, good evening.
Thank you. Eto call back from Roma Holly.
All right, Eto, go on, please.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the manhole that every tunnel of the gutter, those deep tunnels, all the manhole there be removed. You go to a place, is a place like my tree. Even from Aji flyover enter Abacha road, they go. All those road there is empty. The hole is empty. They just remove everything. So if at all a place like inside GRA, inside town can be remove all those manhole, how much more rural places? And government are not doing anything about it. Do you know that Saturday that night when Arsenal lose the UEFA Champions League, we were coming back. Arsenal fans was almost fall inside the tunnel. So if not that we shouted, because you know that moment they were so heartbreaking at the race, the guy was almost falling into the tunnel. So I shouted. The guy now realized himself and jump. So I want to ask the Rivers State government, what are they doing about all these things? They remove all this manhole and sell it to scavengers. At the end of it, people fall a victim whereby they're not supposed to fall. It's my eye weakness, which is not right. They should do something about this thing. Thank you, my dear sister. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you. Yes, something really needs to be done. And the control. So there was this regulation around scavengers, right? During the former governor's tenure, I think his second term in office. And we had them protesting, some of them protesting. I didn't know that there was a scavengers association. I saw that report. Let me even see if I can get that report for you so we can go through it, right? Because just talking about scavengers, I saw one. I mean, and that's the point. So you have people dump this refuse in bags and then you go open and just litter the thing everywhere. It's annoying, right? And it's not supposed to be. Right, so let me get that, the particular time that happened and how they revolted. And after that, I haven't seen any form of legislation with them again, or even okay, I'm not getting that particular report. I've not got it, but when I get it, we'll talk about it. Yes, this was in 2024, right, where the then governors had prescribed and banned all informal scavenging activities across the state due to the rising environmental degradation, the public health hazards, and critical security concerns. Well, despite the active ban and ongoing enforcement at the time on the operations by the state government, illegal scrap dealers and waste pickers, locally referred to as abuki men, continue to operate clandestinely in major commercial and residential hubs. So nothing much happened, right? Nothing much happened. I think there was even heavily police sector. There was some monitoring around Transamadi, NTA Road, Ada Georgie for overfare slaughter and town axis of Port Harcourt. But later, everything just went on as normal again. Went back to status quo, right? It just went back. So, and the question has been, how would that be done exactly? We did talk about it on Area Talk, and we're asking what can be done properly, right? Because, well, maybe you can get these people out of the state, because that's not the right thing to do. You can't just say, oh, if you're not from Rivers State, leave. No. Whether Rivers or no Rivers, we have people from different regions and different parts of the country in the state, because that's what it should actually be. However, how can their activities be controlled? So when I saw that, I saw it firsthand, and I said, oh, this is exactly what people have been saying. Not because I had not noticed before, I had not paid attention closely the way I paid 2 days ago. Because if people try to put this waste in bags and dispose them wherever they did, and then you just come and get a stick or something and you're just scattering everything, then the place becomes littered and it's smelly. It's really sad, especially in places where it shouldn't be. It just should not be. This is West Road. We know, okay, people are going to Warri, people are going to Bayelsa from here. I mean, Lagos and all. So people coming into the state and leaving, is that what they should see? Is that what they should see? What's your eyewitness report? 0810951091. We've been talking about people leaving. What about people in the states? The hazard, the environmental concern that this brings, health concerns that this brings. You cannot move certain places freely without covering your nose. If you're not careful, you would even throw up, depending on how you react to certain things. Right, 0810951091. That's the number to call and give your eyewitness report. And then 0701933962. Somewhere around NTA, I was moving past with my friends. We were taking a walk that evening, and I was almost going to get into a ditch because the slab had been taken away. And I was like, where is this slab? Where are the irons? What? So if that place is not lit up and you're not watching clearly, it could hurt anybody at all. And we're talking vandalism. We're talking about people who take out these roads to sell them. And you're asking why. Or someone tells me, Queen, it's convenient. We can tell you 100 reasons why that would happen. But on the other hand, there are also people who cannot afford a lot of things, but would rather just do other things than to steal property or than vandalize government property. Say, oh, because I don't have this, I don't have that. Understandable, but is that why you should do what you do? And who is checking these things? Who can check, ensuring that the city is in order? What's your eyewitness report? There's a man who calls from Eche. Was he Eche? Yeah, Umuebuli. I don't know. Any update about your roads? Anything at all that's being done? I would like to find out, please. There's also this the Obogoro construction going on. Any updates? What's the situation like? All right, so let's get your eyewitness report. 0810-9510-951. We'll take this commercial. As we get back, we'll continue taking your calls. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
I get the update for you. Baby, Bet it don't enter. Life it don't better. Casino like no other with the Bet Naija.
Spin and win big with Bet Naija's truly Nigerian casino. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Bet Naija, truly Naija.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's still Eyewitness Report. I'm Queen Chima. 7:34 Thursday, June 4, 2026. What is your Eyewitness Report? 0810-9510951. Welcome.
How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening. What's your name?
My name is Michael.
Michael, welcome.
My daughter, I beg, another year for Sino Pudu, name and Maxwell. What did happen now? Are they still working with you?
No, they are not.
Huh?
No, they are not.
So they are not working with
Today FM. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Your eyewitness report 0810-9510951. You can call that number or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. Right. Send a text to that number and give your eyewitness report, or call the other one 0810-9510951. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening. My name is Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel, can you kindly speak up?
Okay, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I'm calling from Rukoko.
Welcome, Daniel.
My witness report is on this road maintenance going on at Tukwe Road, just after Bori Camp.
Okay.
They didn't plan the work very well. They almost blocked the two sides of the road. Walking on the both sides of the two lane, and it causes heavy gridlock. Even right now, the gridlock is still there. It's not well planned. I don't understand. At least by now, before such maintenance work should have carried out, they would have planned it better to ease traffic. But right now, it's total complete gridlock. It's not good. And these are, from a Ministry of Works that have approved this kind of project. They would have followed them up.
Are you on that road now?
I'm just coming back home, but I trek from Umibo to Umukoro. I had to walk down because it's terrible.
Sad. Really sad.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for sharing. I hope that they get to create the alternatives or even speed up whatever they are doing, the road construction. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Please, Queen, this is Elder Chukum. I'm calling from Aba.
All right, Elder Chukuma, welcome.
Yes, please. I'm sorry to ask this question. It's been a long time. I stopped hearing the voice of Anna Abdul Salam.
Okay.
Is she still with Today FM?
No, she's not.
Okay, thank you. That's my take. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. 0810-951-0951. Let's get to hear your eyewitness report this evening, right? 0810-951-0951. What is your eyewitness report? Right. Whatever it is, exactly whatever it is around your area or not that you want to talk about. Welcome. Turn down the volume on your listening device, please. Can you hear me? Can you turn down the volume on your listening device? Okay. Call again. Send a text or WhatsApp message. Or you turn down, and when you call, just turn down the volume on your listening device. Please. 0810-951-0951. Yeah, you can call that number and give your eyewitness reports. What is happening around you? Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
I'm Edatuni calling from Umemi.
Welcome, please.
My eyewitness is that anytime we see rain or ground at Umemi, there is no way for Kada or Moto or Trekable. There's no any drainage. I'm committing every day 99 oil wells in one community, which we're supposed to enjoy like Dubai. Where there is no oil well, they are enjoying more than people, which is not supposed. I'm telling them that it's not good. Is it good? It's not good. See, I'm telling them now. Yesterday I comment about of light. Thank you very much. Light come yesterday, but whenever we pay for light, you cannot see light for 1 week or 3 weeks. Whenever they want to share it, cannot see light. Please, Umeble Junction, we're connected to Igbo. Let's comment our local government chairman, our honorable local government chairman. Let them remember, to put over head bridge. And another thing I have to say about security. You see Umeble, state school, Umeble school, technical school. We make all this our young boys to get techniques. When you go to Wari, PTI, another place, you see that they put where they train all their children, even though at petrochemical. Please, thank you very much.
All right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening, my sister.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, Austin calling from Aboa.
All right, Austin. Go on, please.
Yes. My eyewitness report is that I just called my son now, who went for exams.
Okay.
Okobo. Up to now, as I'm talking with you, I just called him not quite long, about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Their papers have not arrived. Up to now. Children that want to write exam this night, I'm telling you now, anybody can call here in Okobo, from Okobo here, but I'm calling from Abua, etc. My son, up till now, he's telling me that papers have not arrived. Then tell me, this is to 8. When are they going to write this exam? Not that our schools, not that they have light.
Yeah.
I'm asking him now, they're going to do, say, they are all with us.
What exam is that?
Come again?
What exam is that, please?
Senior WAEC.
Okay.
This senior WAEC that is going on.
Okay.
Okobo, secondary school. I'm calling from Abua, etc.
Okay.
So you can imagine that by this kind of time, I don't know where we are going to in this country. That is my eyewitness report. We should do something about this. This is to 8, and papers have not arrived at the exam center. They tell me how these children will manage to write this exam this night and to come back to their various houses. Like me, I stay etc. Abua. and this Okobo is inside one of the interior villages in Aboa. How will our children come back this night? I don't understand. I just called him because I'm getting word. I just called. He said papers are not arrived up till now.
Yeah, that's
my eyewitness report.
This is sad, really, really sad. What's the time? Welcome. Can you hear me? Oh, that one dropped. Sorry, call again. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Andrew, calling from Momolono.
Welcome, Andrew.
I don't know what is happening in the aspect of light. No, in our area, Aka Road, other areas do have light. But I don't know what we do to NEPA. Please, they should remember us and give us light.
All right.
So that's my evidence report.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes. Good evening.
Yes, I was speaking from Umebele. Somebody talking about Umebele.
Yes.
The road is very miserable. As I'm talking to you now, Umebele Road, Umebele to Umebele to Chokota. The road is, everybody living on that road is living a miserable life. Please just help us to publicize it. Peradventure the governor can listen to us, because this is not what a local government chairman can do. It is only the governor that can put a contract on this road and make people here to live a good life. Because this place, they have so many oil wells, but the dividend is not coming to this place. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
People can continue to help us hammer this Umebele road. Thank you.
Thank you. Umebele Road. Welcome.
Rona, good evening.
Good evening. What's your eyewitness report? My name is Queen.
Okay, Queen. Good evening. This is Chief Solomon calling from Obogoro Akami community.
Welcome.
Thank you. This flood don't cover road again. So if
we're here again.
Yes,
we're ready.
Make on if people, anybody from government house or from River State or from any place, just make attempt to pass through Obogoro to Chuba. So it can't pass. Everywhere now is flooded. The vehicles, the keke, everybody is just using legging. You see, using these bends. So there is no way for Obogoro to access Rumokwachi. How much more Uzoba? So that gutter, that's the key point. That's the ultimate. They should come and do that gutter. That's the detail of that ring road. You see, so that those flood will stop. If rain fall like this, the whole erosion, the whole flood will run into the gutter, the underground gutter.
Yeah.
You see, so they should come and pay attention to this request. Every day we keep on complaining.
Did you move past the road today? Because I'm sure it rained today. So what's...
Yes, serious rain. Very serious rain. So everywhere is flooded.
Sad.
So that is it. They should come and do that gutter. They should add it to the ring road agreement.
Yeah.
So even the health center is still remaining like that. Most people have packed away. That place is very scanty right now. So
it's flooded. It's flooded too.
No. That place doesn't used to be flooded.
Okay.
It's scanty. You know, it's when area like that, any negative activities can be officiated there.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
They should come and start the health center and also replace our town hall that Ring Road has carried away.
All right, thank you.
That is it. Thank you.
All right. Just a lot in that area then. All right, let's get to hear from you. All right, what your eyewitness report is. Alternatively, you can send a text or WhatsApp message, all right, to 070 rather 0701 9339962. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
This is Madam Chinyo.
Madam Chinyo, turn down the volume on your listening device.
From Choba.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm out from the place.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about these people that scatter refuge on the road. It is too much.
Okay.
Even day before yesterday, I was talking to one. I said, if you want to pick something inside that waterproof, if you pick, tie it. It did not even seem that the person is talking to him. He just pick everything and scatter it and leave it. So the people that concerned should, maybe some people are giving them energy to do all those things. When you are talking to them, close it, they will not. Don't do this, they will not. They will not listen to you. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. I was saying the same thing earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I wonder how it's going to stop, right? I wonder. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, Madam Rona. How are you doing?
I'm fine. My name is Queen.
I'm good. I'm Comrade Kabari. I'm calling from Bande Queen, Kana.
All right. Go on. Good evening.
Rona?
Queen. My name is Queen.
Queen. All right. For me, government will do nothing for me. And if I thought they will do anything, I don't need to call their attention for them to know what they are supposed to do. If the man who covers in Port Harcourt, and from what the last radio now reported is going on in the state, and the government in the state, nothing is being done. Who am I? Mine is just short. My eyewitness report is on this leg chain. No, I don't know what to this leg chain. Who call? In fact, my eyewitness is on who come girls. Please, who come girls in Port Harcourt? They should stop wearing leg chain that is crucifix. There is this crucifix they wore now. This crucifix, it is children, kids that usually wear it. And once you see a child wearing it, we say hallelujah. And if the child cannot reply, the parents reply, implying that they are Celestial Church members who in Port Harcourt have taken over that crucifix. Imagine reducing Christ to the level of wearing Christ. Stop before God will slap them with the backhand. That is mine. Thank you.
All right. Your eyewitness report. Let's wrap up shortly. How many more calls can we take now? Let's do 2 more, and we get ready for security. And you would talk about something interesting today. Bothers around you, your family, your children, security, especially, and would have Mr. Smith, Dibia, join us virtually, and we'll talk about that on security and you. But then, anything you want to share, your eyewitness report, you can call the number 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Good evening, Queen Chima. The rain has come again. Obiwali Road is still like that. Nothing has been done, and this is another rainy season. Please, the government should help us now. I beg, if we have offended them, they should have mercy on us and fix that road. I come in peace and came from Port Harcourt. It's really sad, but thank you for sharing. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Can you speak up, please?
My name is John. My eyewitness report is about MTN. They are not giving credit to no more credit. They should do something about that.
You mean extra credit?
Yes, extra credit.
And they had announced it earlier. Insist.
They are not giving extra credit.
Yes, they stopped it.
They stopped it.
Yeah.
And if someone is on tight phone and how can you move it to buy card?
Well, that's the thing.
You need to help. You need to help. So I don't know the reason why.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me do something about it.
Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Eyewitness report, the problem in Kuru Town, Andoni. The Green Energy Oil Company is the one responsible for the problem in this community. Really? Recently, the oil company management went to the community to meet the youth to collect leads for employment without meeting His Royal Majesty. As I speak now, the youth now compile the names of their evil supporters and are about to send to the company. Other youths in the community outside are not included. Green Energy Limited, please don't accept such lists because it's not all inclusive. The youth chairman and his cohort are causing a lot of problems in this community, Oguama. Okay. These community issues and IUCs, I'm looking forward to the day it's going to come to an end. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Shedra from Obogoro.
Shadak, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm be complaining about eyewitness about this Okada riders, popular known as bike.
Okay.
I'll be complaining, calling this plan every blessed time. The Okada riders now are coming to our domain, are coming to our house like taxi or boat, dropping people day by day. And people are looking at it, and there's no Okada show operate in Port Harcourt and Obiakpo local government. There's a law that stops them not to operate.
Yeah.
I don't know what the local government chairman, the House of Assembly members are doing. These people are coming and they are not, when they will only come with one. When one carry you go, he will not come. They will not go back. The next day, we see another one. The next day, we see till they will become 10, 20, or 1. If you pass from Choba, they'll go reach Ikolu, go reach Obiwale,
Okay.
go reach NTA Road. You see bike pass for Johnson by
And that's
Johnson.
the thing. It's not by making the law or rule. It's enforcing, right? So there's no one monitoring. There's nothing happening.
So what are we to do? What are we to do? What are we to do? What are the local government chairman doing? The House of Assembly members do not to impeach person. What are they doing? The capacity government where they for Abuja, what is it doing? I know its time has passed, but what is these people doing with their capacity? That is my complaint. I'm telling you every day, every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope that they hear you when they do something. So 8 o'clock, security and you, and would deal with that on the program. But then, after Good Times featuring the Cavemen, I'm Queen Chima. Good evening. All right. The Oyo mass kidnapping situation remains unresolved as of early June 2026, with the Oyo State Police Command explicitly dismissing viral social media rumors claiming that the victims have been rescued. Now, over 40 school children, including toddlers as young as 2 years old, along with 7 teachers and a school principal, remain held in captivity following a coordinated terrorist raid in Urire local government area. Heavily armed gunmen riding motorcycles simultaneously stormed 3 educational institutions in the Ahura, Esinele, and Yawota communities. The targeted institutions included Baptism Nursery and Primary School, Community Grammar School, and LA Primary School. An assistant headmaster and a local commercial motorcyclist were killed during the initial attack. Now, the attackers fled towards the dense Old Oyo National Park, transporting multiple children tied together on single motorcycles while recording video footage of the operation. Public outrage and anxiety has intensified after the kidnappers released a gruesome video showing the beheading of Michael Uyedoku, a beloved mathematics teacher held among the captives. While the country continues, the number of reactions continue as to what happened in Oyo State and also the government's efforts towards rescuing these peoples and their teachers. The question we're going to be asking, or the conversation we're going to be having this evening on Security and You, is putting a target to the future, and we're looking at inside Nigeria's public school security crisis. Because think about it. We're talking Oyo State today. Tomorrow, we don't know what school we would be talking about. And you do know that we've had callers lament about the infrastructure in schools. Talk about how schools don't have fencings, they don't have gates, public schools especially. Now, the question this evening, are your children safe in school? And what should security really look like in public schools? What should security in public schools look like? We're joined by security expert and analyst Smith Dibia. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on Security and You. Can you hear me, sir?
How are you doing today?
I am fine. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on the show.
You're welcome. Good evening, listeners, once again.
All right. I hope you've had a great day. You sounded like it's been a very busy one for you today.
We thank God for today. Like when you were asking for, is it what's on your mind?
Yeah.
I think you asked that we should be sincere.
Yes.
We shouldn't just be, we're fine. Sometimes
yes.
We should say how it is.
Absolutely.
Well, God is good. We are doing great. Thank God for today.
All right. I mean, I just gave an introduction as to what happened in Oyo State, and also asked the question, since we're looking at the public school security crisis, and we're asking this evening, what should security in public schools look like? I mean, what better person to have that conversation with than you, Mr. Smith? First, I mean, from the perspective of a security expert and a parent too, I don't know, how has it been like for you in terms of your reaction to what happened in Oyo State? I mean, the cry out, the protest and everything by people, and also parents asking that their children come back. I mean, when you're thinking maybe from a security expert perspective or a human first, let's begin from that. Has that been for you?
Okay, Queen. First of all, just not to go straight to answer your question. I talked about institutional failure the other time.
Yeah.
We talked about educational failure and all that. And you know that education is the foundation of every society. The day we were talking about it, I said that when that institution fails, or as that institution is failing, society gradually is turning into a target, because street does not teach discipline. That was how I established it. And I have said that education of every. Education is the foundation of every society, and when school becomes a target of criminals, the future of the nation is under attack.
Mm.
Sometimes since this incident happened, and of course, it's not the first time.
Yes.
In fact, if my memory will serve me right, I think we've had school adoption in Kaduna. We've had
Mm.
it in Niger.
Mm.
We've had it in Zamfara. We've had it in Katsina, Kebbi, Borno,
Mm.
Sokoto, and recently
Oh, yeah.
is in Oyo. Now, look at that. We don't know the next state that this is going to happen. And Nigeria has actually, our country has actually witnessed a very disturbing resurgence of school kidnapping. With this recent adoption thing, I'm also a parent.
Mm.
Uh, any parents coming back from work, one thing he's looking up to is to see the family members complete.
Yeah.
And most times I also do school runs. And imagine a situation where you carried your child to school in the morning, and for about 16 to 17 days now, that particular child has not come back.
Mm.
I mean, it is something that should not happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And that is why we have said that institution has to an extent is failing. And I talked about our leaders failing us almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Imagine the situation at hand. We are still jostling about meeting up INEC guidelines of submitting electoral and all of that, primaries and all that.
Mm.
And the other day, I just listened that they went there to visit and they sent rice and all of that. You see, security is something that we don't just face directly, because failure of every institution brings about increasing in crime and criminality.
Mm.
Now, the weather, look at how the weather is, where you have power and have everything, and come to think of where those children are. But I know that the government, like they say, they are doing something. But
Mm.
I just wish that they try and do something,
Mm-hmm.
because 16 to 17 days of those children being in captivity, for me, is looking like a failure
Yeah.
to the side of the government. Yes, that's what I think is looking like. But I know that they say they are doing something, and they should try and do something.
Mm.
45 children, 7 teachers, and the worst part of it, a teacher was beheaded.
Yeah.
In fact, see, Queen, insecurity in Nigeria is becoming a very serious issue. And the leaders that are supposed to be responsible have not seen it as being an issue that will even be declared as an emergency.
Mm.
Because this thing that we are facing today is what we failed to handle yesterday. Imagine a situation where public schools are not being taken care of. Our leaders take their children abroad
Mm.
for studies, and that becomes a dream of almost everybody, that I want to take my children abroad. And because that's a dream of almost everybody,
Mm.
and when you don't have the money to do that, then you begin to look for an avenue to do that. And as such, whatever thing that you could do to see that you have that fund to go there, you do.
Mm.
So what I'm trying to say is that, had it been that our leaders continued from where we took over from the British, when public schools were, taking good care of, But most of these are leaders graduated from public schools. And how come within their time they've so brought it to the level that criminals could just walk into a school and adopt our children? It is actually very painful for me.
Do you believe that most of our children, or most of the children in Nigeria, are adequately protected against kidnapping and violent attacks? I mean, you've looked at, maybe you've seen one or two schools, the way they set up the infrastructure, the fencing. First, maybe we should start with, what does an actively, physically secure school look like? What does it look like?
Okay, fine. Ordinarily, when we talk about the physical security, but before I go to that question, I've looked at what government did some time ago when they talked about the program we have for Safe School Initiative.
Yes.
I don't know if you've heard about that.
Yes, I did.
Particular program.
Yes.
That program was launched after 2014. I mean, after Chibok Girls and all that, was when that project was launched. And after Chibok Girls, from 2023 to 2026, 2,200 students had actually been adopted across different schools in Nigeria. And now that Safe School Initiative, the government ordinarily had a good initiative as regards that, because after that was launched, and the Safe School Initiative was going to improve school protection nationwide. And that program, if my memory will serve me right, that program had approximately 144.8 billion naira as a budget. When I said 144.8 billion for that a school initiative. And now, what are the objectives of that Safe School Initiative? Fantastic objective. That's why I say, if our leaders could just be intentional to see how they can, see how they can facilitate the security of this nation. Fantastic initiative. Objective one from them was to physical protection of schools. Early learning system. I think they have 7 objectives. I think emergency response mechanism, community surveillance,
trauma support and relocation.
These are school security training,
community
technology deployment, protection, and all that. These were fantastic objectives, and the budget for it were actually, then, in fact, we can even say it was too much of it. But then, if they had actually implemented this, I think this question of how a civil school would have been protected wouldn't have been there, because number one is the physical protection of school, which is the perimeter fencing. Let me tell you, in Asia, in Shanghai precisely, they have surveillance systems in almost all their public schools. Of course, there's too much of public school than even private. Now, they have what we call control and command station in a particular place, where every school has surveillance system and linked to that command and control center. What that means is that when you have a command and control center, say where you are just reporting from, it means that the school in Ebeda is showing in the command and control system. The school is in Bori is showing there. The public school in Popo is showing there. Mention them. All you see in the command and control center. That's how schools are supposed to be. We are supposed to have a very conducive environment. And this will not even cost the government anything to do. as when it comes to talk of money, come to talk of what a particular individual will lose 80 billion, 100 and something billion. That one person will lose. Now, if we have this kind of physical, I'm talking of the physical protection of schools based on their objective.
Yes.
All the schools have a perimeter fence first. We have the civil defense. I think Nigerian civil defense. I can't remember how that they are this thing now again. Now, if we have
the NSCDC.
Yeah, NSCDC, exactly. That's what I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
Now, we have them to secure our pipelines and all of that, and our oil system, and they are doing excellently well. We have the other paramilitary security agencies that are taking care of one or two. Do we have a system that takes care of the schools? Imagine a situation we have a system, not just the police, not just the military, not just the existing ones, because they are taking care of different departments of security. Imagine that we have a particular division, a particular unit that takes care of public schools. That's to say that in each divisions of the police, we have this unit attached to each division. They could be controlled by the police and all that, whatever structure they want to do. That's why we sometimes talk about state police.
Yeah, they did build this National Safe Schools Response Coordination Center, NSSRCC. It was part of that Safe School Initiative, and it was established under the NSCDC actually. But like you said, it suffered implementation, right? The transitioning into the Safe School Initiative has been challenging. The government has struggled with it from even 2023 to 2026. So it's easy to say that all of that initiative, as beautiful as it was, is non-functional.
Exactly what we're saying. And if you look at why did it fail, you just see that poor implementation. And if we put in, if the government, I know that for them to have come up with this kind of policy, they must have put in good resources in putting these policies together and bringing it to the point of allocating a budget to it.
Yes.
So if this, if they've gone to this point, why poor implementation? Because for them to have allocated a budget to it, it means that they have already known where the money is going to come from. Do you know how much the government are borrowing for coastal and so many names, they name all these construction. You know how much they are borrowing, and can they borrow this money if, let me say, they don't have this money? Can we not borrow 144 point something billion, probably 150 billion, to take care of the school initiative? The truth remains that whether we believe it or not, these guys have just decided not to even do anything. Public schools, you cry for this nation. And the unfortunate thing is that 80% of these guys went through these schools, visit public schools. So what are we saying? If we can borrow money from foreign banks to replace vehicles, in fact, Queen, how much is INEC budget for 2027 election? Can will that particular budget be implemented to the fullest? I don't know if you can answer.
Obviously, it would be.
That is what we are saying. How much is the budget? Do you know that INEC has about 80 billion for is it logistics they call it? No, miscellaneous or something. I can't remember what they target again. So if for an election that probably few months will take over how many billion, what happens to the life of the people of this country? Talk about the school that we cannot look for 100 less than 150 billion to take care of this school.
INEX budget is 873.78 billion, and
this is
873.78 billion, and this is almost 100% increase from the 2023 budget.
Okay. That's for INEC for less than 1 year election, preparation of the election, right?
Yes.
And we just have 144.8 billion, less than 150 billion. Take it off from 800 and something billion. What are we looking at?
So
now, what I'm trying to say is that these guys have just decided to keep us under this condition we are.
So most of our schools don't fall below the standard for secured schools, whether physical security and otherwise. Perimeter fencing you mentioned. What are other forms of security that's supposed to be available?
Let's just continue with that physical security. After the perimeter fencing, some of our schools do not even have doors.
Oh.
Windows.
Wow. Yeah.
Just as common as doors. They don't have windows. So children just walk in there. I mean, if not that it's called school ordinarily, we have seen that structure.
Yeah.
How can a person walk into a place that doesn't have a door, no window, no desk, nothing, and use how do you learn? How are we calling that place school? That is how far these guys have taken us to. Now, let's just see that a place does not even have a door. So what are you securing? What are you even doing there? Okay, now we talk about emergency response mechanism.
Yeah.
If we don't have fence, we don't have door. When are we emergency? We're already on emergency. On that part, because the children could just be learning. Snake could just fall from anywhere and meet them there. Anybody could be running. Herdsmen with their cow, just run out. There is no window, there is no door. So, but then, if we're able to have, then number 3 should be emergency response unit. Now, because we have a command and control center where you have these people in the department of the NSPC securing and watching them. I'm talking assuming we have. And you're seeing some movement around a particular school, maybe in Omok or maybe in Bori or maybe in anywhere. Before, as you suspect that movement, you are putting up an emergency response unit that is close to that particular school to say, go move to this school. This is what we are seeing. This is how we're seeing it. And by the time the people will probably, the insurgency or whoever criminal will get there, I mean, there should be an emergency response unit. But do you know that? I'm just talking of these 45 that they kidnapped in 3 different schools, I think so. And they moved these people or transported them, or I don't know the means for which they carried them. They didn't just fly from that place to the forest.
Yeah.
They moved from a particular location to another location and to another location. And for the whole period, for the whole 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20, 30, I don't know how many minutes that, give them no emergency response mechanism.
Yeah. I did see videos of the school, right? You can the windows are wooden windows, and even as it's wooden, some of the windows are even off. You need to see the the classroom, the tables, and it's a large compound, really large. So you can't even see sight of perimeter fencing. All you can see just bushes, right? And so very open and porous. And this is not different from what we have in a lot of our schools. Mr. Smith,
yes.
What is there anything the communities can do? Because we also may want to look at how communities can play their role in protecting schools within these localities or these areas. Is there anything that they can do, or are their hands tied?
Their hands are not. Anyway, their hands are tied. If I will answer it in a direct, as a direct question, but then community has a lot to do. Now that's why we have the local government.
Okay.
Now, the community themselves are just individuals that are also struggling to make ends meet. And as such, they can't just come and begin to leave whatever they are doing and stay in one school to see that the school is secure. It is the responsibility of the local government to form a community security that will also make it smooth and pay them at the end of the month.
Okay.
That's how this community will function. You can't leave it like that. Ordinarily, every school are also in a community. And when you have this set of people and have given them the responsibility to make sure that schools are proper, the school security is taken care of and all that, you see them there every morning. And as such, they are community people. They know people that come around the place. They know the student, they know the teacher. So should there be anything they see that is suspicious, they raise an alarm. So community has this responsibility, but the community cannot do much when responsibilities are not given to them.
Okay.
That's for me what it is. That's why we have it we have the local government, we have the councillors. These things are so departmental and segmented to the point that it will reach even an ordinary man. But unfortunately, these guys see this position as a turn, as this is our turn.
Yeah.
Whatever we can achieve, let's achieve. We are talking of Oyo State today. Even in Rivers State.
Yeah.
I think that with what has happened in Oyo State, we never talked about it coming to this point of the state. We're still northeast, northwest, north south. We have not thought about it. And then it has happened to Oyo State. What are we doing in Rivers State? What are we doing in Bayelsa State? What efforts is the government putting up now to say, okay, this has happened in Oyo State. Now, let's audit all our public schools. Let's check our security infrastructure and architecture of the public schools. Instead, what we are just jostling for is what we want to do, how we want to do election, how everybody will win and everybody will fail. This is serious. Do you know that in Israel, there's what they have for school that they call school resource officers.
Yeah.
No, these guys are just like a regulatory body apart from the academic regulatory body and all that. They are the people that make sure that every school keeps in compliance of security policy of the government. What is the security policy of a government when it comes to do with public and private schools? Can you state? I'm talking about Rivers State. Can we get just a clear view of what the security policy of the government is for school? And if we have it, who who are those people that are responsible, just like what we have in Israel, that you have the school resource officers. What they do is that they go to the government policies, they pick the policy, and they go to schools and match them. Why have you not activated this policy? Why have you not done this and why have you not done that? And they keep them on their toes. And in that case, the schools begin to improve security. As we are talking of Uyo today, nobody is talking about River State. Who is talking about that state? What are we doing? Tomorrow morning, just visit a school. You will see what I'm telling you. It's still the same way. I mean, in Kenya, we have what we call community policing around school. So what this means is that there is a community policing only to drive the policy of the government to the public and private schools to make sure that they are up to date. In UK, we have what we call school guarding policy. There is what we call security. They do security audits almost every 3 months.
Yeah. Because
the school guarding policy, the police people are those ones that guard the schools. What are we? Why have we decided to treat ourselves like this?
So our government they have not taken the steps that they should, and until they do, our schools will not be secure, and the classrooms will not.
That's just what it is. It is everything the responsibility of the government to make sure that schools are secure. And I have seen that when this thing happened in Chibok, we don't saw it as Chibok. In fact, we are talking of Oyo.
Yes.
In Easter, during Easter or just Easter a few months back, some persons were also kidnapped in the Easter Sunday or something. Easter Day. Those guys are still there in captivity. I was in a seminar just on Monday, and they were talking about that. As at that Monday, they had 58 days in captivity.
Yeah.
There are several persons and groups that have been adopted. Well, it's just that when it happens here, we run.
Yeah.
We start talking about that one. If another one happen now, we forget this or we start talking about that one. And that's how we keep using our security agencies as if they are not human beings. When the real thing is not being looked into, and what is the real thing we are looking into, you have to make sure that the public school is as conducive as children today. Imagine that there is a perimeter fence ordinary, and there are doors and everything, and the place is conducive, just like some of our private schools. At least it takes the people time to try to intrude into, assess the place. Maybe some of them will look for something to jump, something to climb, a force to apply. And by the time these things are happening, people will be informed. At least one or two could happen. But here, there is no form of anything that will stop them from succeeding.
So you think if we want to nip this in the bud, the government should revisit that smart school initiative, safe school initiative?
That safe school initiative is a solution from point to point.
Okay.
That is what the government should do. And I don't know why they left that. Even if they have not, I don't know why poor funding had affected that particular thing. And that is why I just asked, how much is INEC budget? In fact, after this election we are going to have in 2027, even when most of those persons will be re-elected, we will still need to borrow money to buy them SUVs.
Okay.
One SUV can comfortably secure a particular public school. Comfortably. Why are we treating ourselves like this?
All right, Mr. Smith. We'll get to open the phone lines now. Let's get to hear from our listener. A parent called and was talking about his child sitting for the WAEC examination, having not returned because their papers had not even arrived as at to 8 or past 7. And I was wondering if there was a case of insurgency or maybe an attack, would the students be safe in that school? I think it's somewhere in is it Aboa Ahoda? I can't remember the place he called now. But let's get to hear from you, right? You've heard Mr. Smith, security expert and analyst. We have looked at, asking the simple question: are your children safe in schools? To what should a physical security secure school look like? That's physically, and does the community have a role to play? All right. What should the government do? The government had a plan from 2004 plan after a 2014 plan by the UN Global Business Coalition for Education and private sector leaders. It was a response to the Chibok schoolgirls abduction. That plan, that smart school initiative, or secure school initiative, was supposed to take about 148 billion or so, and some of the core objective was to protect infrastructure protection, implement physical security enhancement like perimeter fencing, CCTV and alarm systems, community policing, establish community-oriented security networks to protect school and act as early warning systems. There's also a trauma support and relocation objective, provide counseling and moving vulnerable students from high-risk, conflict-prone areas to safer boarding schools. Now, what we have had in Oyo State is schools shut down. And, so, yesterday, or was the day before yesterday, I was talking about even when those children return, what would be their mental state? What would it be like? But let's get your thoughts before we get Mr. Smith to wrap up. Welcome, 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Security and You.
Lady Queen. Good evening.
Good evening.
And greeting to my good friend, the security expert.
He can hear you. Good evening.
My name is Reginald. I'm calling from Quebec. Lady Queen, the issue of security challenges within our schools. Taking example from what happened to your state. It can happen to any other state, even here in the River State. Even within any state within the South region here, it can happen because when it comes to issue of security issues have been compromised and completely failed.
All right.
So I want to suggest that the 6 states within the South should form a security block.
All right.
And then commit up to 3%, up to 30% of security goods into it and form a security block. You can see that even in our schools, both private and secondary and government schools, some of the schools don't even have one security.
All right, let's take another call. Welcome to Security and You.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Hey, Chief Solomon.
Please go on.
Calling from Bogoro. I want to add fencing. They should try and fence all the whole school. They should fence the whole school and make sure that the community, local vigilante like us park or the youth work with the schools.
All right.
Yeah, they should be working with the school principal, or if it is other primary school or secondary school in that community.
All right.
Let the security of the community be guiding the students.
All right. So, welcome to Security and You. Yes, good evening. Oh, can you call again? I can hardly get your thoughts. The line is breaking. Welcome. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to Security and You. Yes? Your line is breaking. Call again, please. Good evening. Welcome to Security and You.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Akon.
Akon, let you go on, please.
Yes.
when we talk security in the country, from the foundation of Nigeria, the African man and the Nigerian man, they are not taking security as primary important.
All right.
And that's where we are finding ourselves now. Now, to cut it short, there is a year they said, let us bring a contemporary. And this contemporary are to go to the community for information and to protect what is happening in the community. These contemporary were brought out, they are trained by police. And today, what is the reverse? Nobody regard them. Not even the local chairman regarded them. So what are we talking about security? The foundation of Nigeria is what is bringing what we are facing today. We have so lost for money that security is not important. The white man never play with security. From the other side is more important than what they are doing here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We cannot furthermore cause, but this message says, Queen, you're asking security situation in public schools absolutely not in existence. Rivers State has a case study. The little one former governor Mechi Puti Place was dismantled by his successor. Unfortunately, political vendetta was considered over and above the pupils' safety, and properties made vulnerable to vandalism from Kanu. All right, thank you, Kanu, for texting. We're wrapping up in a minute, 30 seconds, Mr. Smith. I mean, our priorities, even the people that have called the listeners, it seems that they are highlighting government priorities. But in your concluding thoughts, Smith, Dibia, what can be done, or what should we see that we don't know what to do? It seems we obviously know.
Be done. We already have the government should fully revive the Safe School initiative.
All right.
That's the comprehensive and holistic framework. We don't need to think of what to do because that document has everything. That document is just like a millennium goal, I think.
Okay.
Sustainable millennium goal. I can't really. It used to be millennium 2000 or whatever, but it's now sustainable. I can't remember, but that's exactly what the government needs to do. They have a holistic framework, which is the fully to revive that school initiative. Government should release and monitor school security fund.
All right.
Just like a caller had said that what that Amechi put in place in that school, was not or was dismantled due to political vendetta.
All right, Mr.
That's
Smith.
for me what it is.
All right,
We
thank you
should
so much.
Go back to that and make sure that the Safe School initiative works. And if that works, I bet you all the schools will be safe.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Smith, and do have a great evening.
You too. Thank you for having me.
All right, I'm Queen Chima. Thank you for tuning in to Security, and you do stay with us. It's Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Rangers of Enugu, the champions of the 2025-26 season of the Premier League in Nigeria, are no longer part of the FA Cup. Of course, it's no longer news that they were bundled out in a dramatic finale that was just a few days ago in Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State Stadium, the one you call the uncommon stadium, the Goswell Akpabio Stadium. It was drama. The winning goal, it ended 3-2. Well, Rivers United were leading by 2-0. The Rangers came back 2 goals. It was 2-2. Then the last minute of the game, there was a ball, armless ball, that the goalkeeper should have caught. He didn't, and he dropped that ball, and Rivers United scored. The game was held up for a few minutes before eventually it restarted, and it ended that way. On this edition of Global Sports Update, the concluding part of the conversation we started yesterday with Toyi Bitoye, we are taking you down memory lane and who should win at the end of the day. When we come back from this break. Toyin Tony, plenty of nostalgia right there. The good days of the FA Cup in our country, Nigeria. National Stadium, everywhere you turn across Nigeria, there was always something to look forward to. It wasn't about just the final. The build-up will always be very, very enticing. And of course, you have every reason to keep a date to want to be at any of the venues to see the FA Cup. Now, since we're talking nostalgia here, Toyi, can you remind us, can you talk us through one of the FA Cup finals that you will not forget in a hurry that you saw?
Oh, buddy, a lot of finals. I remember Julius Berger against Yobe Desert Stars, Jacob Akiobare of Julius Berger, the younger brother of one of my friends, Ogbemudia, who played for Julius Berger and died in a car accident, was the hero of that game for Julius Berger. I remember Plateau United against Onwayawu National. The first time Plateau will ever win the Federation Cup. They had been getting to the finals. They never won the cup. But Donatus Oleka, I remember his name of Plateau United. Donatus Oleka got the goal for Plateau United. They beat Atlant 1-0 in the final. That was a dramatic FA Cup final. Then I remember Niger Tornadoes beating Rangers 1-0, own goal by Akin Ademofe, because I followed Tornadoes in that tournament from the preliminary rounds through the group phase and then up to the time that they got to the final. They were coached by Bernard Ogbe, and they beat Rangers 1-0 in the final. So I remember Dolphins against Insurance in Abeokuta, the game that went to penalties. I remember Dolphins against Rangers as well, Rangers losing to Dolphins. I remember Kano Pillars against Rangers in Asaba. 3-0 down, Rangers came back 3-3 and won on penalties. Benga Gombote was the coach of Rangers. So if I have this nostalgic feeling, I remember some of those games, unforgettable games. And before then, when I was still a young person, I remember Abiola Babes against DIC Bees. I remember Leventis against Abiola Babes. Those are stationary stores against Rangers. Those are unforgettable FA Cup games that I still remember till today.
Toyi, I didn't know you're an old man now. You said when you used to be young. Anyhow, the FA Cup does not discriminate. It doesn't matter where you play, how small or big you are. We've had major upsets. We've had giant killers. If you play, in fact, a non-league team can beat the giant as it were. This is what the FA Cup is all about everywhere in the world. You don't have to be playing organized football. Just put a team together. Toyi, Godwin, Michael, and Paul. You register for the FA Cup. And of course, from your state, you get to the national. Voila, anything can happen. We all remember Rugo Monkey and some other big games. What comes to mind today is just in the last 2 seasons, we had Air Kalami Warriors against Abia Warriors in the final in Lagos. At the end of hostilities, Air Kalami, playing in the lower division, defeated Abia Warriors, who were knocking on the continent at that point. And of course, we also remember that just last season, it was Abakaliki, is it United now or FC from Ebonyi State, playing Kwara United in the final, and Kwara United won. Toye, this is what the FA Cup is all about.
It's a tournament of surprises. It's a tournament of upsets. That's the tradition of the FA Cup. As you said, you don't need to be a professional side. You can just form a team, register with your state FA, and be a part of the competition. And if you are good enough to come through your state, get to the national preliminaries, go all the way, then socially be, That's the fun of the Federation Cup. That's the fun of the FA Cup. It is the oldest. It is the most glamorous because it has the highest number of participating teams. Everybody can play the FA Cup. It's supposed to be glamorous, an opportunity for everybody to, play the game and see how far you can go. So that's why we are not happy that it is not being well handled here. And I hope that there is a change of heart and that we begin to do what we are supposed to do in terms of organizing and promoting this competition. Of course, we remember Arugo FC, and it produced a lot of stars who eventually got, snapped up by big clubs when they played up to the semi-finals against Umayawu National. Umayawu got to the final and then lost to Plateau United. So you have a lot of giant killers. Abakaliki last season, El Kanemi, and most of the times you have lower teams beating the higher rated teams. That's the fun of the Federation Cup, and may those days return to our domestic football, the days where everybody will be looking forward to see who the giant killers will be. We'll be looking forward to seeing who the surprise team will be in every edition of the Federation Cup.
Toyi Bitoye, I say a big amen to that. Well, Kwara United, the defending champions, are out of the competition. Shooting Stars are out of the competition. Warri Wolves are out of the competition. Enugu Rangers, the league champions, are out of the competition. And for those who do not know, the round of 16 is Wepe Bende Insurance against Kanemi, Ikorodu City against Eyimba Football Club, Rivers United, who defeated Rangers, will be playing Nasarawa United. We have Wiki Tourists, relegated Wiki Tourists, taking on NNS side, Kada Warriors from Kaduna. Kada Warriors defeated Shooting Stars. Plateau United against Basira. Basira is a team from Nasarawa State. Sunshine Under 19 team from Akure will be taking on Barao of Kano. And you have Bida Lions taking on Flight FC of Boko. They are giant killers. You have Sokoto United against Adamawa United. Toyin Bitoye, who are you tipping to win the FA Cup 2026 edition?
It's too close to call, but I believe that the Premier League teams will have the edge. I'm looking at Plateau United. I'm looking at Ikorodu City FC, the teams that have already won continental tickets this season, like Rangers, like Shooting Stars. Shooting Stars are already out. I know that at some point they may just crash out, but I'm looking at Ikorodu. They're a very, very decent side, very good side. Plateau as well. It's a very good side. So you don't write off Eyimba, but I believe that the Premier League teams will pull their weight, and one of them eventually will go on to win the Federation Cup.
Toyin Ibitoye, thank you so very much for always obliging us. And today we have to talk about the Federation Cup, the one we used to call the Challenge Cup. Some will call it the FA Cup, the oldest football competition in Nigeria since 1945. Thank you again, and may the better side win.
Thank you so much, Godi, for always giving me the opportunity to be on Global Sports Updates. I appreciate you so much. And as we have said, we pray that better times will return to our domestic football, our league, and our cup games, and that the glamour and the excitement will return. Thank you once again. I appreciate you. God bless.
Toyin Ibitoye has done justice to today's edition of Global Sports Update talking about the FA Cup. Well, if you have just joined us, the round of 16 for the men is where we are right now. It is Bende Insurance against Kanemi. This game is this weekend in Abuja, Saturday precisely. It is a Go project by 4 p.m. You have Ikorodu City against Eyimba, 1 p.m. in Benin City on Saturday. Rivers United will be taking on Nasarawa United in Enugu by 4 p.m. And of course, it's going to be Wiki Tourists against Kada Warriors. Wiki Tourists are from Bauchi and Kada Warriors are from Kaduna. The game will be played in Abuja Area 3 by 4 p.m. Plateau United against Basira of Nasarawa. Go project in Abuja by 1 p.m. on Saturday. Sunshine Stars Under 19 team from Akure will be hosting Barao FC of Kano. Barao are playing in the Premier League. Venue is Abuja. Time is going to be 4 p.m. in Buhari. Bida Lions of Mina against Flight FC of Boko. Game is Abuja and Buhari is the venue, 1 p.m. And the last game, also in Abuja, area 3 by 1 p.m., is Sokoto United against Adamawa United. May the better team win. May glamour return to our FA Cup again. That's about the size of the show. My name is Godwin Inagna. Global Sports Updates. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music, this is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
by nature. Welcome to the Thrill on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara. And yes, that song Identity by Chief Oliver the Cook. Is it Oliver the Cook? Oliver the Cook? Oliver the Cook? I don't even know whatever it is. But yeah, that song, Funny Identity by him, just played and it's still playing in the background. Welcome to the Thrill. My name is Rona Agbara. And it's been a very rainy day. The weather has just been throwing tantrums all day, and well, we're in the rainy season, so yeah, it's expected, right? Okay, well, we're talking about this evening. It's about I think some time ago we've had a conversation along these lines, but not exactly this one, right? But we've had conversations centered along this lines. I'm bringing this on here for us to talk about it because the world is moving. For real. The world is moving and it's moving fast. And as it's moving fast, if we do not move along with it, we may just get left behind. I do not want to get left behind. I'm sure that you do not want to get left behind too. And when I say the world is moving, I'm not talking about what you're thinking it is. Now, you say, what does Rona think I'm thinking? Well, I'm not in your mind, so let me just explain it, right? The world is moving when it comes to technology, digitalization, and the use of artificial intelligence. At this point, this generation that we're in right now, you cannot ignore that the presence of AI, artificial intelligence, has come to stay. And it has come to stay in a way that in the coming years, it will even be more dominant than it is right now. So it's only expected that if you want to move with the tide, not swim against the tide, you have to move along with it. But now there's a part where we have to draw the line, right? While it's important that we follow technology, it's also important that we know how to set boundaries. Because artificial intelligence is here and people now depend solely on it to the extent that some people no longer think that it's important to use your number 6. Some people no longer think that it's important to, your IQ, use it, right? So many persons depend fully on AI. So many companies, establishments, businesses now think that AI can do everything that humans can do. But that's not the case. While we know that it helps, in jobs and in your business or whatever, it cannot take the place of resource persons or human, right? Now, this news is coming on here because the federal government says that AI should support decent work and not replace workers. If we decide to say, oh, AI is here, let's use it, and we no longer need people to do the job, let AI do everything. There's no telling to the extent that we would go, and the damage may just be irreversible. Imagine going to a hospital and you are diagnosed. Oh, okay, you're diagnosed with artificial intelligence. Maybe there's a programmed robot that has a machine, of course, that just scans your body, does all the x-rays and stuff. And then when it's time to have conversation, is it the artificial intelligence that will still talk to you and you would explain how you're feeling to AI? It has its limitations. Oh, AI, maybe there's a robot that would attend to you and then you're supposed to give your complaints for diagnosis. And you say, oh, the back of my ear hurts. I feel pain on my neck and my right bone. There's a way that a human will think that a robot cannot think that way because it's programmed. The human mind is vast and can do so much than a programmed robot can do. Now, we're not saying that, we should ignore the importance or the relevance of AI, but there should be a balance, right? That's the conversation we're having. How do you think that artificial intelligence can support workers and not replace them? The other time we had this conversation, I said, how about you tune into the radio and you hear a robotic voice talking to you? Reading the news, talking to you, and having you give your eyewitness report and say, welcome to Today 95.1 FM. what is your eyewitness report? And you just give your report to it, and it notes the report, and just keeps moving on. You can't obstruct it. You can't interrupt because it's been programmed to follow that way. So even when you start saying things that may not be what has been programmed, you may not even get a very relatable response. So while we know that AI has come to help, it should not replace or take the place of humans and workers. Now, that's what the federal government says. It has called for the development of inclusive and human-centered artificial intelligence policies that protect workers' rights and prevent job losses. You know that I saw a video where a man was saying that in his business he put out a notice that he needed workers. I think he was looking for a secretary or a receptionist, one of the two positions he put out there. And he says that the applicants, the people who applied, when he decided to go through their resume, their application letter, that he was stunned because most of them, the letters they sent in looked so programmed. Some people use AI, to write a letter, an application letter, to compose your CV or compile your CV, to maybe write a composition, an essay, or write anything, maybe, for research purposes. Yes, it helps, right? But it becomes a problem where you just carry what AI tells you and paste it, bam. No editing, no human thinking, no trying to, okay, this is the idea. Let me put it in the way that it suits me. No, you just copy and paste, boom, and send. And the employer was saying that, at this point, it's almost like people no longer see the reason or see the need to use their heads to do a job because AI is there to just give you fast food for you to just put it there. If we depend solely on that, it's going to take the place of creativity. It's going to take the place of uniqueness that comes with every individual at their job or on their job. So there has to be a balance. And then the conversation we're having here is, how do you think AI can help jobs and not replace workers? Even in schools, so many people that you give an assignment in school, bring AI. How do AI will just tell you everything. You just write and paste and submit. Some people during exams, they depend, I'm going to use AI to read. My what's this final year thing they do now? My project work. Okay, I'm going to use AI and write my project. It's not a bad thing to use it for research, but it should not replace or take the place of a human on that job. Now, there's a way that the Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Muhammad Dingyadi, made the call during the 114th session of the International Labour Conference in Geneva, Switzerland, where, responding to the report of the chairperson of the governing body and the director general of the International Labour Organization titled "A Moment of Choice, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Decent Work" on Thursday, Dingyadi said the rapid advancement of AI is transforming labour markets, workplace practices, and employment relationships globally, creating both opportunities and challenges for government, employers, and workers. Will AI go to the classroom to teach? I understand that. There are some online classes that students, tertiary institutions, even in secondary schools, there's some courses that you can take online that has been programmed. There's no physical person teaching. But would we now say, okay, because AI can teach, we no longer need teachers in education? AI can set a curriculum. We no longer need people who are skilled in that aspect to do the job anymore. Would we now say everything? And you should also know that there are jobs that AI cannot do. Yes, as important as it is, there are jobs that AI cannot do. Will AI go to do environmental and clean up the state? Will AI work in... maybe where you could have a robot. How about a robot on the roads picking all the dirt on the streets and having a tractor or an equipment that would it will dump it on after picking all the dirt on the street? How can we even maintain that? Having robots at different points, keeping the state clean. We still need people who work in that aspect to do the job. So we can't say because AI is here, humans are no longer relevant in jobs. Now, I am also saying that as much as AI is here, we need to strike a balance. Also, as a human or as a worker, you should look for ways to use AI to upgrade and to support your work, right? Not using it to take the place completely of the human on the job. He noted that while AI can stimulate innovation, improve productivity, and expand economic opportunities, it also poses significant risk, including job displacement, widening inequalities, and the erosion of human role in some sectors of the economy. The world is moving forward at a rapid pace, underpinned by advances in AI, and as an organization must watch that pace. While welcoming the positive transformation AI offers, we're also pondering the uncertainties it connotes. This shift, despite the benefits, also casts a dark cloud of uncertainty. Where AI creates new jobs, there may be job losses. Where digital infrastructures are created, there may be a loss of traditional role and the value of human factor in the work process. We therefore need a balanced approach that ensures that while you are harnessing the benefits of AI, you are also being attendant, that the risk do not rob our society of the gains of decent work. How do you think that we can use AI to make your job better and not to replace your job? You just get to the office one day, say, you're fired. What happened? What did I do wrong? What happened? The next day, they tell you, don't worry, we no longer need your services. We no longer need your services. We already have an artificial intelligence programming that is going to cover that role that you do. So there has to be a balance. How do you think that we can create that balance in your job or on your job? I have conversation here. All right, I think of that part that not all jobs even that AI can do. Yeah, we know that a lot of mental jobs and technological jobs these days, they may just say, okay, rather than pay a human to do it, how about we just have this artificial intelligence run it for us? But you still need the human to maintain it. Of course you do. Oh, the benefits of AI, we know, processing information, when it comes to repetitive tasks, when it comes to creative content, important. But would AI take the place of human? Of course not. How can we now balance it that you are getting the benefit from it while still retaining your job and while still being the best or, improving yourself on the job? There's a virtual assistant role now. There are some people, virtual assistant role is a job. There are people who are virtual assistants. They took a course on it and they're working for companies. It's a remote kind of job where you don't have to be there in person. You could work from anywhere, from home or wherever, as long as you have your laptop with you, right? It's a part of this artificial intelligence thing because you don't have to be physically present, but you can still meet the needs of your employers. You can still meet the needs of your clients. So if they need you to if they need you to do anything when it comes to replying emails, being the customer support, attending to all their plans and travel itinerary, all of that, you can still do it wherever you are. Book a flight and all of those things. You can do that. But some persons now, of course, that's like an AI job. But would we now say, oh, we don't need a human to do that anymore because AI is here, so you're fired? We're going to use AI to run all of our assistants. There are certain assistants that AI cannot give you, especially jobs that requires physical presence. AI cannot really take the place of such workers or such a job where the person needs to be there physically, in person. How would AI be there to do the job physically? So there has to be a balance. So if you're listening to me right now, whatever job you do, whatever business you do, I am a, what's this business? Okay, I'm a bus driver. AI cannot take my job. Oh, of course. But you should also know that there could be electric vehicles, electric buses, where you don't need a human to sit on that seat and control the steering. It's been programmed to move, to stop. There's a control that it works on electric buses. So you should also look for a way to, okay, how can I improve or get better at this business or this job that I do? That's an angle to look at it, right? Oh, I'm a food vendor. I have a restaurant. Is AI going to cook the meals? You don't know that these days there are lots of food processors these days now that all you have to do is put all the things you need in the food and it cooks it. That's how far we are going. You don't need to. I want to pound yam. If I'm not there, they will not eat pounded yam. Are you serious? Where there are food processors, there are machines for pounding these things and mixing all these things. Just need to get it, pour everything you need, and that's it. But also remember that as much as these food processors are there, you still need a human being to pour it in and allow it to do the job. Is the food processor going to move and go and carry the yam, cut the yam, put it in the pot, boil it? Of course not. You need a human to do that, right? Put it in and allow the food processor cook or do whatever job it wants to do. Oh, the cleaner. We don't need cleaners in our organizations anymore. There's AI now. Really. Oh, there are vacuum cleaners. Or there are this that we can use. All right. What about when it comes to ensuring that every nook and cranny in that organization is clean? Would the vacuum cleaners and maybe the rug scrubbing machine, or would it ensure that every corner is clean? Would it note that, oh, something happened here, this rug is this tiles look this? Would you really pay attention to give you the clean job that you need? That's where the balance needs to come in. So how do you think, whatever business you do, there's actually a way that you can harness the benefit of technology in that said business. So we're not saying that AI should come erode you of your place, but you should also move with the way the world is moving. If you work in a place where your job is mostly mental, of course, you have to harness the benefits of research. AI is there to help you. Oh, there's this topic that I'm not so clear about it. How about I check it? It's not like you're depending fully on, okay, AI, give me all the information and you just run with it. Of course, you're going to confirm and get, confirm sources, confirm the source of the information over. But it's important that, you can just, let me check on AI to see what AI can say about this. And then you get the information. It makes it easier for you when you're doing your research, right? So whatever job that you do, you can actually use the benefits to get better at your job. Oh, I'm a farmer. Nothing concerns me and AI. Okay. You know that you could actually check about when it comes to soil, farming. Yes, the best fertilizers to use for certain crops, to understand the soil, to understand some of these tractors and how they function. When it comes to irrigation, planting, you could get information on that, using the artificial intelligence. And also, you put it into your farming while also using your experience in the farming thing to do your farm work. You get better results. So whatever it is that you do, there's actually a way that you can use technology to make it better, as long as you're literate. Yeah, as long as you can read, you can write, you can understand. So if you're listening to me right now, whatever job that you do, how do you think that we can use artificial intelligence to support decent work and not replace workers? That's the conversation we're having. We're going to wrap up by 9:45 because there's a commercial for 9:45. So have just like 10 minutes or 15 minutes max to wrap up the conversation. So just to maybe a little before I open the phone lines. I hope that network do not give me stress. They allow me to do my thing this evening so that we can, just have you contribute on the matter. Please stay with me.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
how do you think we can use, of course, I'm sure that a lot of persons who, the job that they do, they can improve on it. They can get better at the job. They can just introduce more ways to make the job better. If you are a service provider, if you are, you offer services to people, what do you think you can do to improve and, balance it? Use the benefit of technology to make your decent work better and not replace, humans in the job. 08109510951. If you're an employer of labor, how do you think you can merge technology, the use of artificial intelligence into your workspace, that you can have better delivery and not while still retaining the people working for you? So you have technology in, you are using it for your advantage, but you're not firing everybody because you can now do without them, because you need humans and people to keep your business running. You can do everything on your own, and you cannot depend fully on that technology to just do all the job or all the work. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Queen.
Welcome. This is Rona.
Okay, Rona, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, the topic you're bringing this evening is a wonderful one.
Thank you.
But what I want to tell you that you cannot compare God's creation and man-made at the same time.
Okay.
There must be a limit to that of the AI.
True.
So whatever thing anything the AI will be doing, there are the ones that human being will do more than him.
Of course. That's true.
What they put there is just what they regulate and put it and tell him the information he'll be delivering. And that when that information finishes, that's where his own limit to stop.
Yeah.
But this is one that God naturally did. That we women that we are rational.
Of course.
And have other things doing. So AI for me, it cannot do everything.
Of course. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. That's amazing. Of course, there is the human creativity and uniqueness that comes with the human mind that robots or programmed things cannot really do. But of course, it's not wrong to use that technology to make your work better. But what's your opinion about it, right? AI should support decent work and not replace the workers on the job. Hello, good evening. Yes, please. Welcome. All right. Go on.
Yeah, because technology is not there to make us here or to collect our work.
Yeah.
They cannot operate themselves.
Of course.
You understand? So those things are there to improve how do I improve our work system, to make our work more. It's not as if it's going to take away the job from.
Okay.
Robots cannot.
Yeah. Of course. All right.
Robots cannot.
Okay.
They are man-made now. So people should not be afraid. Because if the robots sometimes, if they malfunction, they can feel alive.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Thank you. Ew. All right, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. All right, let's have more people call in to give their opinion. This AI thing and humans side by side, is it like a competition at this point? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Yadebera Adele calling from Aba in Aba.
All right, go on, please.
The fact is this. I don't think that we are going to benefit for now.
Okay, why?
Except through acquisition of information.
Okay.
Production goes from level to level. First, you acquire information.
Yeah.
And that is what we actually need now in the area of AI. Now, when you acquire that information, then you go into application. And that application costs so much money.
All right.
Which the economy which we are in now cannot support.
Okay.
And if it supports it, then it means that we are going to pay painfully through another way. What do I mean by what I'm saying? Look at Google today, Facebook today. They announced thousands of people which they are going to lay off because of use of AI.
Okay.
Now in Nigeria, people will tell you that there are no jobs, and you are bringing in AI. Then what do you think will happen?
So do you think that it's a threat to our jobs now? Do you think
it is going to cripple everywhere, and those who will benefit are the richest class?
All right. Thank you for your opinion. Okay. Thank you. Let me take more calls. All right. We have just 4 minutes to wrap up the show. Let me take this message quickly and then I'll just wrap up with a call or two. We're already out of time. Good evening, Lady Rona. Reverend Yedikachi Amadi Nomuma. Artificial intelligence may be good, but for me, AI is a blessing in disguise. Please, a law should be enacted for AI not to operate on the very important part of human life, such as human health, etc. All right, so let's take this call. Then I'll play that voice note to wrap up. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
Rona. Nothing we will not go here for Niger. Then, if they are bringing AI, I believe any motor the AI will operate will first load all our politicians.
You will not enter this one. So if there's a vehicle that can operate on its own, you will not enter.
No.
Why? You don't trust
It's
technology?
our government they are bringing it. We first load them, let them go.
But the government is actually saying that AI should support our work and not replace the workers.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The driver there will carry them to Yanakwaja. When they reach Yanakwaja, then I will now know if I will enter next time.
Yeah, okay. No problem. All right, let me play this voice note, and if time permits, I may just take one more call.
Yeah, good evening, Roland. Billion. For me, AI it will not function well in Africa. Let me to be specific in Nigeria, because they will bribe the AI. Yes, minus it will take job from in the in the industry, but it will not function well here. We never reach that level. For Geneva here, the vehicle I enter, there is no driver. As soon as I enter the reach bus stop, it just boom, they program it. I was scared somehow. All these days I've left, move around. No vehicle, the vehicles don't have driver. That's AI, the vehicle. The hospital I went to, the receptionist there now AI. They program it. You ask what you want. You give it, but you sign everything you came for. So it's working perfectly in a civilized climate. But for our country here, and they let us manage what we have. We never reach there at all. Let us keep managing manual the way we are doing it here. To all the civilized countries except Africa, all the vehicles now are AI, no driver, and it's moving working perfectly. The program when you reach bus stop, it will call the name.
All right. Thank you for your contribution. We're wrapping up because of a commercial for 9:45. I appreciate all of your comments and your opinions on the matter. The part where you said that they will bribe the AI here, what do you mean? All right, thank you all so much. The world news comes up by 10. Please stay locked in on
FA Cup. Of course, it's no longer news that they were bundled out in a dramatic finale that was just a few days ago in Oyo, the Akwa Ibom State Stadium, the one you call the Uncommon Stadium, the Gosville Akpabio Stadium. It was drama. The winning goal, it ended 3-2. Well, Rivers United were leading by 2-0. The Rangers came back 2 goals. It was 2-2. Then the last minute of the game,
For the hottest trends and the biggest conversations. This is where culture, entertainment, and pure vibes come together. From fresh gist to viral moments shaping the internet, we've got everything for you right here on What's Poppin' with Desperados. So whether you're out with your crew, cruising through the city, or winding down after a long day, you're exactly where you need to be. And with an ice-cold Desperados by your side, the night just got better because the music is ready here, the gist is loaded, and the vibes are absolutely unmatched. And once more, all you need is Desperados, bold in flavor, refreshing by nature, unapologetically different. That's tequila flavored beer that turns ordinary nights into unforgettable ones. One sip and everything shifts. The laughter gets louder, the stories get better, and the vibe takes on a life of its own. So whether you're chilling or turning up, keep an ice cold Desperados within reach. Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Please enjoy responsibly, not for sales to persons under 18. Coming up next on the show here is the Poppin' 7.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer.
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice-cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly, not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer. The Poppin' 7.
It makes me feel good. I just want to get up and dance. I just want to dance.
The Poppin' 7. Countdown of the joints you feel the most.
So, let's get into the Poppin' 7 today. 7 of the hottest tracks, dominating playlist, TikTok reels, clubs, and speakers. Is Wizkid and Asake, two heavyweights on this one, giving us one anthem. Wizkid and Asake brings effortless chemistry, bounce, and pure star energy on this jam called Poppin' 7 is also a collaboration, this time between is riding with us tonight. This isn't just a safe beer, it's bold, it's loud, it's different. That spicy kick, that citrus twist, that refreshing heat that changes the energy instantly. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Desperados, made to be different.
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice-cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly, not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer. The Poppin' 7.
It makes me feel good. I just want to get up and dance. I just want to dance.
The Poppin' 7. Countdown of the joints you feel the most.
Okay. The Poppin' 7 continues here at number 4. It's Asake. Song today on the Poppin' 7. It's Shea. To another. That man right here is Charlie Poppy. A swagger on full energy is what he had on this song called Lahore. Charlie Poppy. Seven is a collaboration from Balu Rankin and Oxlade. They call this one Melanin. It's smooth, it's soulful, and perfect. Seven certified vibes for zero misses on this one. That's an assurance. And that's it for today on the Poppin' 7. But stay right here because the list is coming up next on What's Poppin' with Desperados. On the list, you've got your front row seats to the biggest trends, celebrity buzz, and conversations shaping pop culture right now. Before that, a huge shout out to Desperados, bold, refreshing, and unapologetically different. The tequila flavored beer made for people who live life on their own terms. Stay locked in here on What's Poppin' with Desperados.
The List. Scoop about your favorites.
This is where it's at.
The List.
So, let's lock you into the list where the gist is loud and the trends move fast. Today's story, everybody wants the perfect summer, but can they afford it? As travel season kicks in, social media is filled with vacation content, beaches, resorts, luxury trips, weekend escapes. But behind the pictures, there's a growing conversation. Travel is getting more expensive. Flights cost more. Hotels cost more too. Even short trips now need bigger budgets. And that's raising questions online. Are people truly enjoying these experiences? Or are some stretching their finances just to keep up appearances? Because not every vacation post tells a full story. Some people save for months. Some use payment plans. Some simply prioritize memories over money. One thing is clear. The travel content is everywhere and the debate around lifestyle and affordability is getting louder. Trust us, this one is not going away anytime soon.
What's popping with Desperados? The tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer.
Only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
Does anyone know where the plug is?
Where is popping? Looking for something. Places and events for you. Where is popping?
If there is one place we know you love to be, it is Where is Popping. And that's where we are right now. Where is Popping is your VIP pass to the hottest spots and biggest vibes in the city. Tonight, we are in Victoria Island, Lagos. Our destination is Hard Rock Cafe, Lagos. If you want great music, premium drinks, good food, and electric Friday night energy, this is the place. From the moment you step in, the vibe hits you. Music flowing, crowd buzzing, energy non-stop. Whether you're linking up with friends, celebrating the weekend, or just unwinding, Hard Rock Cafe Lagos always delivers. And of course, it hits better with an ice-cold Desperados in hand. That bold tequila kick, that citrus freshness, that unmistakable vibe. Good music, good people, good energy. That's the formula. So if you're wondering where the city is alive tonight, now you know. It is at Hard Rock Cafe Lagos. That's where's popping. Desperados, made to be different. And that's a wrap on what's popping with Desperados. Big thank you for riding with us tonight as we brought you the hottest stories, the biggest vibes, and non-stop energy. Before we go, remember the MVP for this night is none other than Desperados. So whether you're with friends, celebrating wins, or just enjoying your night, Desperados will set the tone for you. So grab your crew, chill your bottles, and keep the good times flowing, because with Desperados, every night can become a story worth telling. It's more than a beer, it's an attitude, it's a vibe, it's a way of life. Until next time, stay bold, stay vibrant, and keep the energy right where it belongs. This has been What's Poppin' with Desperados. It's good vibes, great stories, and an unforgettable night.
Thank you for checking in with us on What's Popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News on a Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbera. First, the headlines. Motorcycle operators lament alleged extortion and double taxation in River State. Senate steps down Training Institute bill over concerns of relevance. NDC NEC ratifies nationwide primaries ahead of the 2027 general elections. On the foreign scene, Hezbollah rejects US-backed Israel-Lebanon ceasefire terms. Details shortly. Motorcycle operators, popularly known as Okada riders in River State, have again decried the activities of suspected touts and alleged multiple taxation imposed on their members across the state. The state chairman of the Motorcycle Operators Union of Nigeria, River State Chapter, Chezu Emmanuel, raised the concern while monitoring what he described as illegal activities of touts against his members, alleging that operators are currently made to pay as many as 8 different tickets instead of the 4 officially approved. Emmanuel further claimed that suspected touts extort between 20,000 naira and 40,000 naira from riders in some areas, a situation he said often results in violent confrontations, adding that some community leaders now collect ticket fees from riders, thereby worsening the economic burden on operators. He called on security agencies to urgently intervene and curb the activities of illegal tax collectors, extorting money from motorcycle operators across the state.
It has been a very hectic one to me and my people. It has kept us restlessly moving from one direction to the other. You will see a group of boys with a keke bus, with a keke, crest the reflective vest, board of internal revenue. Some persons will crest it, enforcement team. From no destination, hijacking Okada, beating keke people, collecting 20,000, 40,000. As an Okada man or keke man, you are meant to pick only 4 tickets, but you see the ticket they are picking, almost 10 tickets. You will see community ticket, you will see CDC ticket, you will see palace ticket. Where are these tickets coming from?
Chezi Emmanuel used the opportunity to commend President Bola Tinubu for ongoing infrastructure projects, including the construction work along the Eleme-One axis of the East-West Road, the Boni-Bodo Road, and the Isiokwe-Moha Link Road with bridge, while further commending the appointment of Chukwuemeka Aaron as Commissioner of the Federal Karate Commission.
By assessment, he has performed very well. If not for any other thing, the issue of Boni Bodo Road has been there for years. But graciously, Mr. President has put that issue to an end. Today, people are accessing Boni Bodo Road with car. He talked about Eleme-One Road, which has been a death trap for years, for decades. People have been suffering on that road. People lose their lives. But today, the road is accessible now.
The controversy surrounding the leadership tussle among business owners at Mile 3 Market in Port Harcourt City Local Government Area of Rivers State, particularly within the Bayelsa Line Market Association, located behind the Mile 3 Motor Park, has continued to generate tension among members. The latest disagreement arose over the presentation of a financial audit report by the outgoing chairman of the association, Michael Ugu, who is one of the conditions agreed upon by parties involved in an ongoing legal dispute as part of efforts to achieve an out-of-court settlement. Addressing members during a meeting convened for the presentation of the audit report, Michael Ugu, whose tenure expired last year, explained the processes involved in preparing the audit and highlighted the reasons for presenting reports to members, appealing that the group accept the audit findings in the interest of resolving the lingering crisis.
They requested that audit accounts of the union must be presented before election to be voted. They asked me if we can do the audit. I said yes. I told them that since the extension of Bayelsa Line, we have not had any audit. What we normally use is account. In as far as the audit, to know how much I have eaten, to be the paramount to allow peace reign.
However, some leaders of the association, including Frank Ifediora and Mazi Josiah Ogbaja, rejected the audit presentation, alleging that Michael Ugu failed to comply with the conditions stipulated for the exercise and that copies of the audit report were not made available to members for proper scrutiny before it was presented. The leaders expressed concern over what they described as a lack of transparency in the process and called on relevant stakeholders to intervene to ensure that due process is followed in the interest of peace, unity and progress within the association.
Court ordered him to come and do audit, and then brought the audit to the public. Instead of him to go straight to the audit and read it and tell people what court told him, he now refused. So now people is very angry. So the needful is to open the papers and read the audit to us.
They called us for peace and said that our chairman for 4 years, he have not done any audit because our constitution stated that after every account, audit should be annually. For the past 4 years, the man have not done any audit.
Also speaking, one of the elders of the Bayelsa Line Market Association, Chief Cletus Chikwe, who expressed disappointment with the leadership style of the outgoing chairman, accused Michael Ugu of frustrating efforts by stakeholders aimed at fostering reconciliation and unity among members, stressing the need for transparency and cooperation to promote a conducive environment for business activities.
What I'm seeing here, I'm not pleased because we have been going courts today. What we are seeing or what he's saying is not what they tell him at the court. So it's what brings the small confusion. But I so thank God that there is no any fight on the place. We've been telling him that if it happened to be, he's supposed to take the main auditor something and share to everybody.
The leader of the Conscience of Ogoni people, Chief Gani Toba, has filed an enforcement of fundamental human rights suit against the Nigerian police force, the commander of the anti-cultism unit, CSP Ibrahim Mohammed, Leslie Mao, Emmanuel Dia, King Swanu Timothy Baridam, and other defendants. According to court documents cited by Today FM correspondents, Chief Toba is seeking a declaration that his invitation arrest, detention, release on bail, and the threats to arraign him by the 4th, 5th, and 9th defendants constitute a violation of his fundamental human right as guaranteed under Section 35 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The applicant is also asking the court to declare that the petition written by Leslie Mao to the Nigerian police force was intended to overreach and interfere with the ongoing investigation being conducted by the chairman of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee. President Bola Tinubu the governor of River State, and other stakeholders involved in the Ogoni dialogue process. Chief Toba further seeks an order restraining the Nigerian police force and the defendants from taking any further action capable of interfering with the investigation and engagement being carried out by the Ogoni Dialogue Committee, President Bola Tinubu, and other relevant stakeholders. Reacting to the development, Chief Toba, who questioned why operatives of the anti-cultism unit of River State Police Command were handling a matter relating to alleged defamation of character, called on the Commissioner of Police and the Inspector General of Police to closely monitor the activities of the unit. He accused the anti-cultism unit of attempting to arraign him in court without conducting a proper investigation into the petition against him, describing the action as contrary to the rule of law and the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution.
I'm calling on the CP to put his eye on anti-cultism River State. I'm calling on the IG to put his eye and find out what is going on in anti-cultism River State. Anti-cultism is dead. Why do all Leslie Maho case must be in anti-cultism and one IPO? That is a thought of another day. But however, the good news to all of my people in River State and Ogoni land, for what the anti-cultism tried to do, I have sued anti-cultism to court and sued the Nigerian police to court. I have also sued Leslie Maho to court because I am a clean man. I'm not a cultist. I don't have any business. I don't sponsor violence.
Chief Toba maintained that his only offense was speaking out against individuals he alleged were sabotaging the federal government's efforts to facilitate resumption of oil exploration activities in Ogoni land.
What we are talking about is that Leslie Mawo is sabotaging the federal government on oil resumption. Why should the police don't look at that issue? Is the anti-cultism working against the federal government? I think the leadership of anti-cultism will answer that question. Are they working against the interests of the Nigerian state? Are they working against the interests of Ogoni people? I called on the commander of anti-cultism to be careful. And I want to call on the CP to look for Jesse Manasseh and ask him to do consultancy so that anti-cultism can be reversed to fight crime in River State.
The River State Police Command has commenced a 2-day forensic and fraud investigation training for 300 officers drawn from selected state commands across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. The training, which is an initiative of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, is part of ongoing police reforms aimed at strengthening human capacity development, modernizing policing strategies, and enhancing criminal investigations through forensic science and technology. Speaking at the opening ceremony held at the Senior Officers Mess, River State Police Command, Port Harcourt, convener of the program, Her Royal Highness Pearl Chidima Ogbulu, commended the Inspector General of Police and the police management team for their commitment to transforming the Nigerian police force into a modern, intelligence-driven institution, which she said has continued to promote professionalism, capacity building, technology, and forensic excellence.
The IGP's reform have already changed the trajectory of policing in Nigeria, positioning the force as a modern, intelligence-driven institution with global relevance and its impact. His emphasis on professionalism, capacity building, technology, and forensic excellence demonstrates a clear vision for a safer Nigeria, stronger police. To all the participants today, I encourage you to embrace this opportunity wholeheartedly. The future of criminal investigations lies in forensic science, digital intelligence, and evidence-based policing.
In his welcome address, the Commissioner of Police, River State Command, CPO Lugbenga Adepoju Adewale, described the training as a key aspect of the ongoing reform agenda of the Inspector General of Police, designed to strengthen institutional capacity and equip officers with the skills required to address contemporary security challenges. According to him, the 300 participants were carefully selected from commands across the country's 6 geopolitical zones based on their potential and capacity, urging them to take full advantage of the rare opportunity to develop expertise in forensic and fraud investigation.
This training is an initiative of the Inspector General of Police, and it's going to take 2 days ongoing. It's to take place in the 6th geopolitical zone, and Rivers will have been the second place to visit. But like my training that I went for in Abuja has made us to postpone it till today. You'll be awarded certificate after the training, so you need to be very attentive, very serious. It borders on forensic and fraud investigation. You know how important it is to the job.
Delivering a lecture on crime scene management and evidence gathering techniques in forensic investigation, a forensic expert, Dr. Stacy Ann Wodo, underscored the role of forensic science in promoting justice and ensuring accuracy in criminal investigations, noting that forensic investigations help to exonerate innocent persons and ensure justice through evidence-based findings.
Forensic is what to the courts. Using scientific means, application of scientific means, using technological method, scientific means plus technology to the court. If it is not to the court, then it's not forensics. Because the reason why you are doing what you are doing forensically is because you want to exonerate the innocent.
Today FM's Odinakachi Celestine reports that the two-day training program, which commenced on June 4, is scheduled to end on June 5 with the presentation of certificates to participants, aimed at strengthening the capacity of police personnel in crime detection, evidence gathering, forensic analysis, and prosecution, in line with the vision of the Inspector General of Police to build a more professional, efficient, and technology-driven Nigeria Police Force. The Nigerian Association of Health Educators, NAHI, River State Chapter, has held its second induction ceremony at Ignatius Adjunct University of Education, Port Harcourt. The program, themed Infodemic Management and Health Literacy, Repositioning Health Educators for Global Health Security, was aimed at educating newly inducted members and other participants on the importance of accurate health information. The representative of the acting Vice-Chancellor of Ignatius Adjunct University of Education, Okechukwu Onuchukwu, commended the association for its efforts in promoting health education and encouraging the inductees to remain committed to professionalism and excellence in their careers.
Health is everyone's business, and to communicate is very vital. Just as the Chairman of Education carefully presented the address, there's no else to say is that what we are doing is a serious business, and that learning is a continuous process. We come to a place like this to rub my share knowledge, share information, and then move further.
The keynote speakers at the event, Director of the School of Public Health, University of Port Harcourt, Bess Odinyoha, and the Ernest Achalu, Professor of Occupational Health Education, University of Port Harcourt, emphasized the importance of credible information in healthcare and highlighted the dangers of misinformation and disinformation to public health.
You have to inform people by sharing correct information to counter the disinformation and misinformation. You also empower the community. You don't work alone. You must work in collaboration with the community involved. Okay?
Low health literacy and widespread belief in pseudoscience even by highly educated persons. Health educators should encourage access to verified information while countering misinformation and disinformation.
Speaking in an interview to the FM Aiba Priye-Ogunu, the chairman of NAHI River State Chapter, Golda Ekenedo, who explained that social media has become a major platform for the disinformation of unregulated health information, noted that the program brought together public health professionals to educate participants on the importance of sharing accurate information and strengthening health security through responsible communication.
There's a lot of misinformation going on media, a lot of disinformation and so on. So this is what we looked at today from the perspective of a health educator, how we can manage this and so that we can bring kind of security into the health system with regards to information dissemination.
You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Senate has stepped down consideration of the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2026, following concerns by lawmakers over its relevance, scope, and possible duplication of existing institutions. Leading opposition to the bill, Senator Abdul Ningi argued that the upper chamber should not approve the legislation simply because it originated from the House of Representatives, insisting that it lacks sufficient merit. Other lawmakers also questioned whether the proposed institute could encroach on the functions of existing training and management development bodies. During deliberations, Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin supported calls for further scrutiny, describing the bill's objectives as vague and requiring clearer explanation. Senate Leader Akpayemi Bamidele proposed the establishment of a subcommittee to examine the legislation and ensure compliance with Senate rules, while Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro defended the proposal, maintaining that its provisions were clear. Following the debate, Akpabio announced the constitution of a subcommittee chaired by Senator Abdul Ningi to review bills transmitted from the House of Representatives before Senate's consideration, and subsequently stepped down the bill pending further review and clarification by the committee. The National Executive Committee, NEC, of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has ratified and endorsed the outcome of its nationwide primary elections ahead of the 2027 general elections. The decision was taken at the party's second NEC meeting attended by its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, his running mate, Rabiu Kwankwaso, members of the National Working Committee, states chairman, and other party stakeholders across the country. In a statement by Senator Seraki Dixon, the NEC said it reviewed the conduct of the primaries, acknowledged challenges recorded in some areas, and reaffirmed the party's commitment to internal democracy, transparency, and inclusion. The committee also called for intensified reconciliation and stakeholders' engagement nationwide, while commending party officials, aspirants, and supporters for ensuring the successful conduct of the exercise, describing the outcome as a significant achievement for a relatively young political party. Justice Mohammed Umar of the Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Sowore, to open his defense in the criminal defamation case instituted against him by the Department of State Services (DSS). The judge rejected a request by Showore's counsel, Marshal Abubakar, to adjourn further proceedings until after the court's forthcoming vacation, directing instead that the matter proceed on a day-to-day basis beginning June 5. Showore is facing trial over allegations that he made defamatory statements against President Bola Tinubu by describing him as a criminal in posts published on his X and Facebook accounts. At the resumed hearing, prosecuting counsel Akinlolu Kende informed the court that the chief judge had declined Showore's request for the case to be reassigned to another judge and directed that proceedings continue. While the defense argued that the chief judge's response required a formal application for recusal to be filed, Justice Umar, after reviewing the letter, ruled that no such directive was contained in it. The court held that the case has reached a stage where the defendant must present his defense and ordered compliance with the provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA, requiring accelerated hearing of criminal matters, and subsequently adjourned the case until June 5 for Showore to open his defense. On the foreign scene, the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has rejected the terms of a U.S.-backed ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon, describing the proposal as futile and humiliating for Lebanon. In a statement, Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem said the deal, reportedly involving the creation of security pilot zones inside southern Lebanon and restrictions on Hezbollah military presence, was unacceptable and amounted to surrendering to Israeli objectives. The reaction followed the joint U.S.-mediated statement involving Israel and Lebanon that outlined a new ceasefire framework contingent on the complete cessation of fire by Hezbollah and the withdrawal of its operatives from areas south of the Litani River. While the deal aims to stabilize the fragile border situation, Hezbollah insists it was not part of the negotiations and argues that unilateral cessation of hostilities would not bring lasting peace, reflecting continued uncertainty over the durability of the truce arrangement. And in sports, FIFA has banned fans from bringing refillable water bottles into stadiums during the 2026 World Cup, reversing an earlier policy that allowed supporters to carry empty, transparent, reusable bottles with a capacity of up to 1 litre. The decision was reflected in an updated stadium code of conduct, which now explicitly prohibits reusable water bottles. FIFA said the change was made on safety grounds, noting that several World Cup venues in the United States, Canada, and Mexico already enforce similar restrictions. In a statement, FIFA said the ban is aimed at reducing the risk of injury to players and spectators, adding that hydration stations, cooling tents, misting stations, and fans will be available within stadium grounds. The policy shift comes despite warnings from heat experts that supporters could face health risk during matches played in high temperatures, with a recent study projecting that 26 of the tournament's 104 matches could take place under conditions associated with elevated heat stress. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Motorcycle operators have lamented alleged extortion and double taxation in Rivers State. The Senate has stepped down a bill on Chartered Institute of Training over concerns of relevance. We told you that NDC-NEC has ratified its nationwide primaries ahead of the 2027 general elections. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that Hezbollah has rejected U.S.-backed Israel-Lebanon ceasefire terms. That was the news that's edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Multiple African countries continue to evacuate their citizens from South Africa following heightened anti-immigrant protests and attacks. We speak to a returnee.
The people, they just asked away. They didn't ask us that we have a documents of note. Just asked away. So that thing is unfair.
And a conversation with one of Nigeria's most influential musicians, Kobams Asukwo, on navigating the music industry while being visually impaired.
It's such a powerful medium, and so whenever I find the opportunity to work on a project that highlights the importance of something for Africa or for women or for persons living with disability or whatever, I jump on those.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. The leader of the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah says any deal between Lebanon and Israel amounts to surrender and defeat. The statement by Naim Qassem further undermines the US brokered truce. Lena Sinjab is in Beirut.
Naim Qassem's words undermine efforts to find a lasting solution for the war in Lebanon. Speaking after Hezbollah claimed to have targeted Israeli forces in the south, he rejected not just the deal, but the negotiations, as did, he insisted, broad segments of the Lebanese people. For many, the announcement of a ceasefire was a mixed blessing. Relief at an end to the war, if it happens, but one that can be seen as a defeat. Hezbollah don't want that humiliation. They want a comprehensive ceasefire that provides for the withdrawal of Israeli troops and the return of residents of southern Lebanon to their homes.
President Trump has lashed out at the House of Representatives for passing a largely symbolic resolution against the war in Iran. The measure directs him to withdraw US forces or win approval from Congress to continue the conflict. From Washington, Gary O'Donoghue.
Donald Trump described the 4 Republicans who supported the vote as grandstanders and said they should be ashamed of themselves. Last month, he was equally angered by a group of Republicans who backed a similar vote in the Senate. Neither motion is likely to go anywhere, as the president can veto it, even if both chambers agree on the same resolution. But it is another important sign that, increasingly, as the president moves towards the second half of his final term in office, some are starting to feel emboldened to risk his wrath.
The Trump administration insists an existing act limiting his war powers is unconstitutional. The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has accused Elon Musk of trying to whip up division in Britain following anger over the police handling of the murder of a white student by a Sikh. Mr Musk has been actively posting about the Henry Novak case, who was handcuffed and arrested as he lay dying after being stabbed. His killer had falsely accused him of racism. Sir Keir said the billionaire's actions were unwelcome.
Musk again has been interfering in our politics in the last few days, trying to whip up division. That is not who we are in Britain. In Britain, we are reasonable, tolerant people. When we have a terrible case like Henry's case, Henry Novak, we react calmly, as his family have done.
A British sexual abuse charity says hundreds more women have come forward, detailing abuse they suffered at the hands of the former owner of the luxury London department store Harrods. The Survivors Trust said they had received more than 600 reports related to the late Mohammed Al Fayed. Hundreds of women have accused him of rape. BBC News. Pakistan says India is weaponising water with two recently announced projects affecting a river that both countries share. The Foreign Ministry said any measures endangering Pakistan's water and food security were illegal and unacceptable. In 1960, the two neighbours signed the Indus Water Treaty, sharing the resources of rivers that flow from India to Pakistan. The brother of Spain's Prime Minister has been giving evidence in his own corruption trial. It's just one of several criminal proceedings of people close to the socialist leader, Pedro Sanchez. Phoebe Hobson reports.
It's the latest legal update in a series of proceedings that threaten Pedro Sanchez's government. David Sanchez, the Prime Minister's younger brother, is accused of influence peddling and misuse of public office while working as the head of performing arts in the city of Badajoz. This is something he denies. The Prime Minister's wife will also appear in court later this month charged with corruption following a 2-year investigation. She's alleged to have used her relationship with the Prime Minister to advance her career and also misusing public funds. Last month, Spanish police raided the Socialist Party's headquarters following accusations of illegal interference into corruption investigations.
The Embassy of the Democratic Republic of Congo has outlined a voluntary repatriation programme for its nationals in South Africa as attacks against foreigners continue. Congolese who want to leave are being told to take advantage of a scheme coordinated by the UN Refugee Agency. 2 people have been killed by mobs demanding that migrants leave. FIFA has banned fans from bringing refillable water bottles into World Cup venues, saying the move is to prevent risk and injury to players and attendees. The last-minute change has been criticised by heat experts, who say it will increase the risk of heat-related health incidents. FIFA says fans will be able to buy water in the stadiums. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. Ghana, Nigeria, Mozambique and Malawi are among African countries actively organizing the mass repatriations of their nationals from South Africa, following weeks of anti-immigrant protests and attacks on foreign-owned businesses. We speak to a returnee.
So if maybe the government, they can speak with our government also to beg, maybe we can find a transport and anything to go home. It's better even to go without anything because we are lost already. The thieves, they are taking already all our stuff at home. But it's better to go home without anything than to lose our life.
And in Nigeria,
I don't think there was that consideration of, oh, he's blind so he can't do this, or we can't do this with him, or whatever. So home was the perfect place for me because I wasn't always sitting in the awareness of being a blind person. We didn't have a lot, growing up, but I grew up with a lot of love.
Celebrated Nigerian singer, producer and songwriter Kobams Asuko shares his music journey navigating without sight and collaborating with international acts. It's Thursday, June 4th. It is the middle of the night, and a handful of foreign nationals in South Africa are walking with their belongings over their heads, fleeing their homes. The latest wave of xenophobic attacks in South Africa have led to the deaths of 9 Mozambican nationals, according to the government of Mozambique. Mozambique says as many as 600 of their nationals have returned home for fear of the attacks. The South African police said two of the victims, aged 27 and 43, had died after being assaulted following an anti-immigration march last Saturday. Authorities say investigations are ongoing, but fell short of linking the deaths with xenophobic sentiments. In the Western Cape province, a community centre is taking in foreign nationals, helping them with food and shelter. One of the people in here is Thomas Vincent Baloyoy, a Mozambican national.
The people, they just asked away. They didn't ask us that we have a documents of not. Just asked away. So that thing is unfair because actually I'm a human being.
So if maybe the government, they can speak with our government also to beg, maybe we can find a transport and anything to go home. It's better even to go without anything because we are lost already. The thieves, they are taking already all our stuff at home. But it's better to go home without anything than to lose our life.
Authorities here say the shelter will remain open for as long as needed. The BBC's Mayani Jones reporting from South Africa has been describing the situation in the country and what other African countries are doing to support their citizens during these attacks.
Fear amongst some immigrant communities here is that date of June the 30th might lead to an uptick in violence against immigrants or anybody who's perceived as being foreign. No official statistics have been released yet as to the number of people who've been affected by recent violence, and so it's really hard to gauge how widespread and dangerous and violent it's really been. But regardless of that, we're seeing different African governments issuing statements saying that they want to repatriate citizens and they want to make sure that their citizens are safe in South Africa. I think that South Africa's history of previous violent, xenophobic periods might be informing some of these decisions.
South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa says he is concerned about people taking the law into their own hands.
We all have concerns, as many other countries in the world have concerns about undocumented and illegal migrants. We must not allow these concerns to give rise to xenophobia.
Now, Ghana became the first country to evacuate some of its citizens from South Africa following recent attacks. Last week, the first batch of about 300 men and women were airlifted and arrived Accra, the country's capital. Officials say over 1,500 Ghanaians in South Africa registered for voluntary repatriation. Other African countries, including Malawi and Nigeria, are considering similar repatriation efforts. Among those who have returned to Ghana is Victor Togo. Here's my conversation with him.
I've been in South Africa for the past 16 years. Actually, I went there to enhance on my sports academic performances.
What kind of sport?
In terms of athletics, 100 and 200 meters, both national and international athletes. The time I went to South Africa, I couldn't get the access to do the athletics based on the permit issue. And also I had a lot of challenges in terms of the documentation because within some few months, my entry got expired. So I didn't get the access to do whatever I wanted to do.
So after your entry visa expired, what did you do?
I then decided to look for any kind of job for me to do. But then I joined the University of Johannesburg club team as part of the athletes, but I couldn't get the access because of my permit issue.
So after you left the athletic team, what did you resort to doing? Did you go back to Ghana?
I didn't go back home because I still believe those times South Africa was okay. It was not like today's xenophobic attack. To be honest with you, some of the guys realized that I was a foreigner, and then due to that, I need to get a work permit so that at least I can be able to join the team. I also went looking for a job in one of the garages, which I got a person who was godfather to me, and he was the one that asked me to go and seek for asylum or something and then use it to work in the garage.
Did you finally seek for asylum and were you granted?
Yes. I was sick for the asylum and I was being granted. And that was only 6 months duration. So the next 6 months they asked me to go home, which I told them I can't go home because this is South Africa. South Africa is part of African country. Why are they asking me to go home?
So you insisted on staying back in South Africa?
I then decided to stay in South Africa.
And when you stayed back in South Africa after your papers had expired, what kinds of jobs were you doing even after the asylum grant had also expired?
I have to go around and ask for peace job. We call it peace job. I also know how to do some few electronics, so I decided to start fixing on the street up and down, and then people bring their microwave, I have to fix it and then keep on going. I got a South African woman who's, by the grace of God, she did marry me. So we try and use her document to facilitate my document and grant me a driver's license and then some few documents in the name of the woman.
Okay, so you're legally married in South Africa?
Yeah, I got legally married in South Africa.
You're among those who have been airlifted by the Ghanaian government from South Africa to go back home to Ghana. Talk me through what your experience has been.
There's no way South Africans will change if they say they want to change, even if you got papers. I don't think they can even permit the foreigners to get their job in South Africa. There's still going to be a fight. And also, Zimbabweans were in South Africa. They create jobs for South Africans. The next thing was that they said Zimbabweans are taking their job. And Zimbabweans were being granted work permits. When the time has come for them to get their permanent resident, they denied them permanent resident.
If you had the life partner document in 2025, why didn't you stay back?
I wanted to go home long time ago.
Okay.
But I wanted to go on a good note, not a bad note.
Okay. So now that you have the life partner document that allows you to come back, does the document allow you to come back to South Africa?
Yes. Most definitely. It allows me to come back. If not, they were going to ban me for 5 years of not coming back.
Okay.
I'm okay in my country. I don't want anyone to go and stress me there in South Africa, please.
Right. Now that you have returned to Ghana, what are you going to do going forward? What's the future for you looking like?
Remember, home sweet home. Apparently, I'm happy that God brought me successfully by the divine grace of God and also by the help of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who has been our savior at this moment, and also by the help of the Ghana High Commission. I also thank the foreign minister, who has also stood powerfully at our back.
Now that you're back to Ghana, what do you think you're going to do going forward?
I pray that may God give the president the strength to give us some of the job that he had already promised us that he'll be giving us. I pray that may God open more doors so that we can also get some jobs and do. And it was a shock even for me to hear some of my friends being killed in KwaZulu-Natal and being tortured. But here, I'm not saying they must move and go to South Africa so that I can also get a job here. But I know that President will make a plan for us to work here.
Victor Togo there, who is now back to Accra, Ghana. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. We travel to Lagos, Nigeria's commercial nerve center, to meet one of Africa's most influential music minds. Kobams Emmanuel Asukwo is a producer, songwriter, singer, and instrumentalist. He has helped shape the sound of modern Nigerian music. Born visually impaired, he taught himself to play the piano and turned a passion into a career that has become global. He's worked with stars like Angelique Kidjo, Asha, Tiwa Savage, and Yemi Alade. He has also performed on some of the world's biggest stages. BBC Outlook's Tommy Dixon met him in his Lagos studio to talk about navigating life without sight, his rise to fame, and the journey behind the music.
Sorry, can I double check? Was that a track playing?
No, I was playing the piano.
That was you.
How was you heard?
It was just
It's called bathroom soundtrack.
It felt so serene.
A little accompaniment for while you do your business. I had to shape things to work for me, and I think I might have done that without realizing that was what I was doing. I always share the story of how I liked a particular type of candy, and whenever I wanted someone to buy for me, I had enough money to buy two. That way I'd always have other kids, who were happy to go and buy for me. And they always knew that when they went out and bought for me, they got for themselves. So I think for me, that was part of me just sort of negotiating life and making life work for me.
You said that when you were outside, you had to make things work for you. At home, was it set up for you? Was it set up for your visual impairment that you were born with?
Home was a very interesting place for me. I grew up with my brothers and my sister, and I don't think we knew what it meant to be blind. And I think that might have worked in my favor because I was a little headstrong and a little rambunctious and all over the place.
In what way?
I had a mouth. I would say things to people. If I ever got in a fight with one of my brothers, I'd lock myself in the kitchen and reveal all their secrets.
That's so mean.
I know. I did crazy things, so I'd put their favorite pair of jeans in the shower and turn on the water or something. I mean, I just, we were, I don't want to say mean to each other, but we played hard, in the way that we played and all of that. And so I don't think there was that consideration of, he's blind, so he can't do this, or we can't do this with him, or whatever. So home was the perfect place for me because I wasn't always sitting in the awareness of being a blind person. And I think that really helped me. I think that helped my confidence. We didn't have a lot, growing up, but I grew up with a lot of love.
There was something that played a really, really significant part in your understanding of the wider world, and that was radio. Can you tell me about what radio did for you?
So, growing up in the barracks and in an environment where people didn't know immediately what to do in terms of my education or my integration into the social world, and my father, being a soldier who's always traveling, and my mother who was at home looking after the family, looking after us, love was pretty much what they knew to give to me. But in terms of finding out next steps, where to go and all of that, I don't think my parents knew exactly how to raise a blind child and the necessary tools and the places to take me in order for me to be equipped. For instance, I started school when I was about 10 years old. The average kid would probably start primary one at about 6, or maybe nursery school about 4, or these days, it's even earlier. And so I had to figure certain things out for myself. When everyone would go to school, I was left with the radio. And I'd listen to Network Africa and, Focus on Africa and Sports Roundup and all these interesting things.
Good morning from the BBC in London and welcome to Network Africa. This morning we are going to be exploring...
The radio in Nigeria also had something called the Educational Service of Radio Nigeria, where they ran programs that taught what folks were learning at school. And so my friends would come back and find out that in addition to current affairs, I also knew some of the stuff that they were teaching them. And sometimes some of the stuff that I knew were pretty much more advanced than what they were teaching them. So I knew about laminar and turbulent flow,
Sorry, wait. At 9 years old, you were talking to your friends about laminar and turbulent flow.
And they didn't understand. And, I'd listened to stuff on chemistry and I knew about linear expansivity and surface tension and those sorts of things because they were on the radio and I was listening. I was just lapping it all up.
It sounds like you were getting a wealth of knowledge in so many different spheres because of the influence of radio.
Absolutely.
Were you also listening to music on the radio too?
I was listening to music. I was listening to a lot of music. So I got introduced to jazz 12, 13, 14. I'd listen to pieces by Bach and Handel and Mozart and all of these. And I learned to play a lot of stuff. One of my favorite being this piece by Mozart. I'll just play a bit of it. I'd started making music generally. I love to sequence, I love to program, I love to just, make music. And one day I was cutting a commercial in the studio, and some guy called Big Bamo walks in. He was looking for an empty CD to burn something onto. And I was like, well, yeah, you can have one or two. And it was like, how much I need to pay you? I was like, no, you don't need to pay me. You can just have it. And he was like, oh, by the way, I love what you're working on. Can you work for my guys? Can you come make music for my guys? They're called Maintain. And I was like, oh my goodness, I know those guys. I was a fan of their music at the time. And so I said, yes, no problem, I'll do it. I had a manager at the time who was also my girlfriend. And they only had 10,000 naira to pay me. 10,000 naira wasn't a lot of money at the time.
So 10,000 naira is about $7?
Thereabout. And my manager was like, well, you can't accept that. You're worth a lot more than that. I just wanted to make the record. I wanted to make money as well, but I also really wanted to it was an opportunity to produce a group like Maintain. Before then, it was pretty hard for that to happen because I started producing when I was about, maybe 16, 17, thereabout. And so you're sitting in the studio, having paid, and you're sitting with a 16-year-old who's blind, who's trying to make your music, and that's how you want to burn your hard-earned money. Like, you literally want to burn. You might as well set fire to your cash.
Is that how it felt for you when people would come into the studio and they would see you for the first time?
That was what, yeah, it's like they'd walk into the studio, see a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old blind kid, and then they'd immediately go out to confer. And I could tell that, like, what are we doing? How did we land with this guy? Because half the time, my sound engineer, who's a much older guy, would book the gig for me, and I'd show up, ready to do my thing, and then the musicians would come, and they'd be skeptical. We had someone keep us in the studio one time for like 8 hours. He's a popular musician
8
now.
hours?
Yeah, kept us in the studio for like 8 hours, didn't show up. How can this guy make our record? We paid so much for the studio time and all that. So these guys, the Maintain guys, took a chance on me. I was, maybe 21 then when it happened. And I said, how many songs do you want to work on? And he was like, 3. We'll pay you 20,000 naira for the 3 songs. And so they paid me, and I turned around and took the money they paid me to buy snacks and drinks for our studio sessions. So I didn't even spend the money on myself, and I went in there and I made Catch Cold, and I made a couple other songs for the group. I catch cold. Part of what I do as a musician, as I grew older, I began to realize that there's an aspect of, music that entertains and makes people dance, but it's such a powerful medium. And so whenever I find the opportunity to work on a project that highlights the importance of something for Africa or for women or for persons living with disability or whatever, I jump on those sorts of opportunities.
And, your music career was thriving. And now you're, a father to boys. What's it like being a father?
It's incredibly joyful. It's incredibly beautiful. It fills you with a strong sense of fulfillment when you look back and see that, you've contributed to who these people have become in some way. But, it comes with the responsibility to raise those children, sometimes in spite of very interesting circumstances.
And your children are also visually impaired, aren't they?
That's correct.
Can you tell me about that?
That's something you deal with. I feel like that's something I'm still dealing with. You would imagine that it would be easier because I know the ropes. But first of all, you don't start out thinking, I'm blind, so it's just perfectly normal. I'm going to have blind kids, and yeah, they're going to be fine. We're just going to carry on. You want them to be all that they can be, and you want them to have all of their faculties and senses and everything and just be like any other kid out there. And so when you come face to face with the realization that you have kids who can't see, you know that you can help them navigate life, in part based on your experience, but in part respecting their own experience, because life changes, right? There are things they're going to learn by themselves, but you're there to provide, a specific kind of guidance. I'm a blind person myself, but it also is, the reality of it is shocking, I think.
I was wondering, is it possible to hear some music to take us out?
So here's a song I started to write titled Angels All Around. There are angels all around. They are wherever you find me. So be still, don't make a
And that's just a glimpse into some of the remarkable life stories from Lagos, Nigeria. To hear the full conversation and more, just search BBC Outlook and click on Lagos Up Close. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. Should you want to speak with us, you can reach us on +254 791 269 243 or send us an email on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. You can also reach us on social media at BBC Africa or my handle at I am Nkechi Nna, and that's with double N. Today's episode was produced by Godwin Asediba and Bella Twine in Nairobi, while Blessing Aderoba put in some efforts from Lagos. Kiganse Shumba was the senior journalist in charge, and David Nzao, the technical producer. Our editors are Charles Gitonga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak to you again soon.